It's the Utica Unicorns and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today. The whole playoff push on the USPBL network is presented by our credit union. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here today. Bright and sunny day, perfect weather for baseball. We really didn't know what we'd get into when we started last week because it was cold at night,
yeah, right.
but it's been beautiful the last few days.
Doesn't feel like fall anymore. It feels like it's still the summer, but make no mistake, fall baseball, this is it. This is the last day. We made it.
Well, it's been a crazy ride. I mean, I don't think we would have ever predicted the flourish of runs we've seen in the playoffs. It's not like we haven't seen that throughout this season, but it just hasn't been like that throughout this push to the playoffs. Your overall thoughts on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, you know what? I was talking to Justin Orndorff about it just minutes ago. It really felt like some of the best at-bats we've seen all year, the best offensive approaches, some of the best contact. You know, I think that is really notable when you look at the Beavers now, especially because they've had a couple of days in a row of taking really good at-bats and making good contact. And if they can stay hot and get an early lead today off Ty Hensley, you never know. This is anybody's ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, they showed that yesterday. I mean, you thought it might have been a lock in sorts for the Hoppers just because of how many pitchers the Beavers had used the day before, and now it's the same situation, and you're like, well, no predictions today.
I feel like I want to avoid making predictions today, that's for sure. I think the Beavers have, you know, a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. I think they're playing with a lot of confidence right now, which is terrific. It's going to make for a good ball game. At the same time, the Unicorns earn this opportunity to have a bye to the championship game and line up their pitching the way that they want, and they're in position. I think they feel confident too. It's going to be a battle.
Well, Chelsea Estes will catch up with us in a little bit and throughout this pregame show, but here's kind of what we're looking at. So, you know, we'll start with an Andy Appleby interview after the break, after Chelsea talks a little bit about what we're expecting and what we've seen so far in this playoff stretch. We'll talk to Andy about the recent Detroit News article, how impressive it was to even launch a season like this in the middle of a global pandemic, and just what went into launching and keeping playing here today as well. A little bit later, Chelsea will also catch up with AJ Coleman after we have a little discussion here at the desk about what this Beavers team needs to do and what kind of run it's been for them thus far. Then we'll talk about the Unicorns again from the desk, and then Justin Orndorff will join us after that, the Director of Baseball Operations here at the USPBL. Talk about the DVS, talk about these pitchers, let's talk about how this season has been in getting players here. It hasn't been normal, that's for sure.
No.
Chelsea will go over the player awards. We've talked about them on the air, but it's worth revisiting that because there were some big-time performances this year. And then we'll ride right into the starting lineups and Dan's keys to the game. You ready for all that?
I don't know. Are you? It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun day.
Extended pregame, obviously, here today. We're used to only doing 15 or so minutes, but we wanted to blast this thing out of the water in the first ever year of this USPBL network, as well as we prepare for what should be a very spirited championship game. And for more on that, here's Chelsea Estes. Chelsea?
Thank you, Jeremy and Dan. Everyone, I'm Chelsea Estes. Thank you for welcoming me into your home this whole entire weekend. And let me tell you, what a weekend it has truly been. We've seen some highs, we've seen some lows. It's like I've been on a roller coaster ride. And if you're anything like me, my hands were sweating. I was holding my breath at all of these games that we've seen the past few nights here. The first one was Friday when the Woolly Mammoths took on the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, and that was one of the most exciting games I think I've seen my whole time being here at the USPBL. The Mammoths unfortunately lost that game 6-7 to those Beavers, but let me tell you, the heart of the Mammoths was in it to win it. One of the really cool things that I had the pleasure of doing is sitting over by the away team's dugout. I was able to sit and listen to the Mammoths. The hype and the encouragement is nothing that I honestly have never seen from that team earlier in the season till now. You can really tell that they've come together, and it was sad to see them being so high and then unfortunately take that loss. But the Beavers won one of many games this weekend. The player of the game on Friday was Romero Harris, and just to kind of remind you of his stats from that game, he had 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 RBIs, which kind of helped the Beavers get ahead in that game. Talking to him, he said, we as a team kind of have a chip on our shoulders, and they have much to prove this weekend, not even knowing that as coming into the game yesterday against the Hoppers, they really did have a lot to prove. You know, yesterday against the Hoppers, I talked talked to a lot of fans here. Maybe I've talked to some of you as you're watching me here. The majority of the fans had the Hoppers winning yesterday's game. And as you were watching at home too, another nail biter. There were 6 runs scored as a response to the Beavers' 6 runs that they put up early in the game. So they tied the Beavers, and it was a rally back and forth once again. The Beavers ended up winning that 10-8, and the player of the game last night was Beavers' TJ Riles, and he had himself a game, let me tell you. So he had 3 hits, 4 runs, 1 RBI, and 1 home run. And you thought the Beavers' energy was hype on Friday? It was to an all-new level last night sitting over there. I got to sit down with TJ after the game, and he said that they're looking for good at-bats for today's game against the Utica Unicorns, and he also said the team has become a true family, and he can't imagine playing this game without any of them, and they did not want to go down in the way of losing so quickly yesterday. So today they are playing the Utica Unicorns. They're facing Ty Hensley, and as everyone knows, Ty Hensley has been unstoppable this whole entire season. I asked TJ Riles if he's going to do anything differently, knowing that he's going to face Ty again, but with this time a little bit more on the line. He said, I'm just going to keep doing what I continue to do. And as you guys can see behind me, the Utica Unicorns were practicing, warming up. I think it's going to be such an exciting game today. However, I think the Beavers giving us a Cinderella story would really be the cherry on top to this super exciting weekend that we have all witnessed. So make sure you stay tuned. We have so much more to come. Interviews with Andy Appleby and AJ Coleman to get the inside scoop on the Beavers and what they're facing today. So be sure to stay with us. We'll be right back.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Chelsea Estes, and I'm here with the commissioner and owner of the USPBL, Andy Appleby. Andy, thank you so much for joining me today. You know, you guys opened up this beautiful ballpark in 2015. You've had so many accomplishments. You signed 37 players to the MLB, one being the Minnesota Twins, Randy Dominic. He has been such a joy to watch. But I think one of your newest accomplishments is being able to play baseball in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, whoever thought we would be in the situation that we're in? And I know there was a lot of uncertainty from players and fans of whether or not we would be back here at the ballpark, and here we are. So I guess my question is, how did you manage to pull this off and the challenges that this presented?
Yeah, well, Chelsea, obviously a lot of kudos to our staff led by Dana Schmidt. Jeremiah Hergott, who gets some credit here for this broadcast, came to me and said, you know, even though we have a limited attendance, we can have these games and really upgrade our broadcasts. And to think that we had an average of 14,000 people a game watching last week is just incredible, way beyond my wildest expectations. And that led us to be able to continue despite a more limited attendance. But I'm so thankful that we did. It's been a great year, a great baseball year, great for our fans to at least mostly watch on television. And I just had all the confidence in the world that our COVID protocol program that Dana put together would be safe. And of course, the science really worked for us this year with us being outside and there being so much less likelihood of transmissions outside. So that's unbelievable. And then also a real credit to our host families who took these kids in, no questions asked, and they created their own little mini bubbles, if you will, Chelsea. And to think that we really didn't miss one game because of COVID and some mini scares here or there, but we were able to make everything work. And I can't thank the staff enough for really putting us in this position.
Absolutely. The staff has been amazing. The broadcasts have been amazing. Everyone, as you said, has really stepped up to the plate. But as you said, one of the biggest changes has been this amazing broadcast. And as you said, we've reached 14,000 people. I mean, who would have thought? But here we are. And, you know, my question is, too, do you think we'll be able to continue this amazing broadcast moving forward?
Well, I think so. I think it's a great asset for our ballpark and our league. And I'm guessing that we'll continue to grow that, viewership, which is great. And if there was a silver lining to this whole thing, it's this broadcast. And we get emails from people all over the world that watch this, and of course, particularly the folks here that are such huge fans, many of which just couldn't come to the game either because they were a little bit older or just because we just didn't have the tickets available for them. So yes, I'm very hopeful that we continue it and just continue to make it better. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone would necessarily mistake our broadcast for an ESPN broadcast, but it is darn good, as all of you know that are watching it. It is really quite a good broadcast, and no reason that we can't continue to improve it.
I think we can give ESPN a run for its money.
Maybe so.
All right, championship weekend. This weekend has been so much fun, to say the least. The last two games, I honestly think, have been probably the best games I've ever seen here at USPBL. Like I said over there in my opening statement, it's been a roller coaster ride of emotions for fans and for players. So with that being said, we had to say goodbye to the Hoppers and the Mammoths. But this means we have the Beavers and the Unicorns.
Yeah.
We have Ty Hensley on the mound today. The Beavers, like I said, we want a Cinderella story from them. It'd be so cool for them to come from behind. But they also are the only two teams who have their names on that trophy.
That's right.
So, I mean, what are your predictions for today? What do you think?
Well, I mean, the Unicorns are really big favorites. But, the Beavers have been underdogs the last two nights. And, if they just get out to a good start, they're going to be very free swinging today with Ty. They're not going to wait long. They're going to be very aggressive is what I hear. And you just never know. And that's the beauty of baseball. On a one-day, one-game thing, you never know. And as you said, we've had four championship games the past 4 years, and the Unicorns have won 2, the Beavers have won 2, so there'll be a third championship for one of the two.
You're not going to miss your little team that you think's going to win.
Well, I think it'd be crazy not to bet on the Unicorns today if it was a line in Vegas, but because Ty is such a great pitcher, probably outside of Randy Dobnak, our best pitcher we've ever had here. And he's starting today. So, but one thing is clear, and I say it every year before this starts, that it's just a fun, magnificent weekend when a lot of these players are playing their last game. Yes. And might be taking their last pitch or their last at bat, as several of them did the last two nights.
It's a hard pill to swallow.
And it is, and it's one and done, and there's just so much emotion, and it's just a fantastic thing, and these kids will remember this forever. It's just it's very emotional, and I think there's always a great chemistry with these teams, but even more so in this COVID year where they were only really able to associate with their own teammates for the better part of that. So they're very close. If anyone saw these last two games, there's a lot of emotion on the bench.
Oh my gosh! As I was saying over there as well, watching the teams in the away dugout, it's like my heart was in it with them. It was incredible. So I'm excited to see the chemistry tonight in the dugout and on the field. But as you said, anything can happen. So I'm excited. We're gonna get this game started here very soon. But Andy, thank you so much for joining me, and
you're welcome.
We'll be right back.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy two boys can be challenging, but when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power-up down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Ostlund's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle, and their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Ostlunds are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
You're going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, everyone. Jeremy Idle back alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here today as we wait a 1:05 first pitch in the USPBL Championship game here at Jimmy John's Field, presented by our credit union. Here today, it's time to dive into these Beavers, and boy, what a run it's been.
It has. They're swinging the hot bats, certainly. Anytime a team has to play that Friday game of championship weekend, it's tough. It's a tough hill to climb, but there's always that chance that they're going to get hot offensively, really catch fire and have a chance to actually win this thing. And I really think the Beavers are in that spot. They're having great at-bats. I think they're very confident, and if they can get enough pitching today, I'm not going to count them out against the Unicorns.
TJ Riles, that's all you got to say from yesterday.
I mean, you've got guys breaking out who aren't normally extra base hit guys, getting a couple of doubles and a home run. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen. This is baseball, and strange things have been happening in postseason baseball since the beginning of time, practically.
Well, you look at what this has been in terms of championship history. It's even at 2 apiece.
Right.
The Unicorns trying to compete this year, but all the championships, all 4 have been won either by these two teams here today.
Yep.
They tried to turn the other direction. The Hoppers looked like they were a sure bet to be in here, but it just wasn't meant to be, I guess.
This was supposed to be the Hoppers' year, but it was not meant to be. I think, I don't know that if any of these players on the field today actually care about that historical aspect of it or not. Maybe some of them do, especially if they were here last year. But I think from a league standpoint, it's interesting. At the end of the day today, one of these teams will have the lead in total championships. The Unicorns won the inaugural season. The Beavers won 2 back-to-backs after that, and then the Unicorns in a thrilling championship game last year against the favored Mammoths. So the Unicorns have been that underdog before, and I think they understand the position that the Beavers are in, and they're not going to take them lightly, I don't think.
Well, the question is, what we'll be able to see by game time, because we're staring straight into the sun here today.
Right.
And when you look at some of the elements here early on, the wind is blowing out in left center field, and that was certainly a factor yesterday to some of the home runs I think we saw pushing them in extra distance.
Yeah, it wasn't the home run champions of the world that were hitting all the home runs yesterday. TJ Riles, not a power guy. He's a lefty with good speed who looks to get his share of hits, but to drive a home run to the opposite field is not something we saw coming out of him. Adam De La Cruz with the big 3-run knock early to tie that game. It, maybe looked a little bit like a hard fly ball off the bat, but it just kept going, and it got into that jet stream, so to speak, to left field, and it got out of here. And maybe we'll see more of the same today. We'll see what kind of tricks the wind has up its sleeve today.
Well, sometimes things come full circle, but Gavin Wayman probably never thought he would be pitching in the championship game, third day after 2 wins by his team. A returner of sense to the USPBL this year, but this is a guy that's pitching in high leverage, which he hasn't seen in a while.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a little bit of a tricky arsenal. It's just a mid-80s fastball. It's not going to be blown by anybody, but it's got some tail on it, and if he commands the ball down in the zone well, he can get some outs. A really nice looking changeup, though, one that gets guys out front and also has significant movement. He gets about a quarter of the time swing and miss on that changeup, which is a really good rate, especially for a changeup.
Sure.
So he's a guy who can keep the Unicorns off balance today, and keep in mind he has a little bit of an advantage in the sense that the Unicorns haven't had meaningful at-bats in a week. I'm always very wary of that. Keep in mind, I'm a former Tigers front office guy, so I'm scared to death of postseasons with long layoffs. I don't like postseasons with long layoffs. And they have the benefit of lining up their rotation, lining up the pitching the way they want. But from an offensive standpoint, it's a little bit scary when you're off that long.
For sure, and you look at the rest of the pitching staff as well for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. It's a staff that's reeling because of how much they've been able to throw guys recently. I mean, you look at it, Justin Revels threw yesterday. Jared Price threw yesterday. The past 2 days, Amani Godfrey has thrown for the past 2 days. Right. Kyle Luger is added to their roster for some more pitching depth, right. So that could play into factor. We've even heard some rumblings. Austin Shoemaker could get a few innings on the bump depending on what happens. Garrett Chrisman we could see. I mean, right. It's not going to be long if it's Garrett Chrisman, but if they need a bridge inning or an inning where he potentially comes and closes it out in a tight game, I'm sure he's going to take that opportunity.
Well, he would certainly want to go, that's for sure. I think it's a matter of if his manager feels like he can go out there and do it in a safe manner or not. I think he definitely wants to compete and wants to be in that spot. Kyle Luger's a guy with good stuff. He was considered a big part of the Hoppers rotation at one time early in the year, and he had a little bit of an injury situation, was on the taxi squad and moved around a little bit, but he's a guy, when he's going right, who can give you some problems. Austin Shoemaker is just a great overall athlete from what I can tell. I can't say we know much about him from a pitching standpoint. He's a really good athlete who can catch, can play first base. He runs pretty well. He can hit with some pop, and he can bunt the ball. He just seems to be able to do just about everything on the baseball field, and obviously his arm is fresh. If they need him, they might have to give it a try.
One thing to take in mind, he is on the lineup card here today for the first time since August. He is listed as a batter. We know he's not going to catch because it hurts too much at this point with the hand, but we've heard he can pitch and maybe even get an at-bat.
Yeah, honestly, if he gets an at-bat, I'm going to look for him to bunt the ball. that's what I would expect out of him. I don't know how great he feels. I know he can throw. Yeah. So I know he's capable of pitching, and I know he feels good enough to throw. So if they get into a spot where they need another arm, it wouldn't really surprise me if they put him out there.
EJ Coleman, the Game 2 starter yesterday for the Beavers. Chelsea Estes is with AJ now. Chelsea?
Ready. All right, everyone. Thank you, Dan and Jeremy. Today I'm sitting here with AJ Coleman. He was the starting pitcher for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers in last night's matchup against the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. So you survived last night's game. It was super exciting, so let's rewind a little bit. So you guys got off to a really hot start. You scored 1 in the first and then 5 in the second. Yeah. But then all of a sudden, the unthinkable happened, and those Hoppers came back and they scored 6 in the third. So got into a little bit of trouble here, but you guys managed to come out on top. So kind of let's talk about that roller coaster ride that you went through as a pitcher and then you guys as a team yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the guys did a great job of getting on Zane early. We kind of struggled to to get going offensively at the beginning of games. But I mean, the guys were super locked in, super ready to go, had a great pregame. And so having that lead is huge. And then I got the shutdown inning right after that, so stopped their momentum, good 1-2-3 inning. But then the inning after that, we made a couple fumbles in the field, and then I made some bad pitches and some good pitches. And I mean, credit to the Hoppers, they had really good hitters all season. I'd pitched, I think that was my 7th start in a row against them. So, you know, they'd seen me a lot, and they put some good swings on good pitches, and then they put some good swings on some bad pitches that I threw, but that's baseball. And then it ended up being a tie game at the end of that inning, and we ended up calling out the win. But yeah, it was up and down. That's baseball. The wind was blowing out, so it was more of an offensive day for sure, we thought, from the start of the game. But it was a lot of fun. You can't be too high, too low. Got to just stick with it. And yeah, it was fun though.
It was really fun. I was holding on. I was holding my breath for a few of those hits, as you said. You watched. It was kind of windy last night. You watched the ball literally just kind of lift and soar up. It was awesome. So let's move ahead. So the odds are maybe still are against you guys. Honestly, you guys were the 3rd seed going into Friday's matchup against the Mammoths, and now we're playing 9 innings. For fans that don't know it, for the rest of or early in the season we only played 7, so now we're playing 9. It may not seem like a lot, but it definitely is. There's more pitches. There's more at bats. I mean, so much could go. Could happen in 2 innings. So with that being said, though, I kind of took a poll yesterday when I'm roaming around here, and I said, hey guys, like, who do you think is going to win? And a lot of the majority said the Hoppers yesterday. So even some fans were doubting you guys, but you had really proved us wrong. And your teammates, I talked to Romero on Friday night, and he said we got a chip on our shoulder. We have a lot to prove. So kind of what is the mentality with you guys, kind of knowing that the odds might be against you in today's game?
Yeah, I think that we definitely have had a chip on our shoulder. I know the pitching staff has definitely had a chip on our shoulder the whole season. We don't have a lot of returners. There's only a couple guys that are playing on the Beavers that were here last year, whereas I think the Hoppers and the Unicorns have had more, even the Mammoths, they've had more guys that played here last year, whether it was for different teams or the same team. So we kind of used, the first half of the season to kind of get to know each other a little bit and figure out like how we play, how we respond to certain criticism with each other, can always make each other better. But yeah, I mean, I think that we all had the vibe that the Hoppers were the favorite, you would say. But I mean, me starting, I was never thinking that way. I was always thinking that we were going to win the game, and I think obviously the guys did too. We're not afraid of anybody here. We're all here on the same, playing in the same league for a reason. And so I think it's going to be the same today. We got the momentum, and I think everybody's ready to go. So yeah, it'll be fun. Being the underdog is not always a bad thing.
That's true. I think I'm kind of hoping for a little bit of a Cinderella story. I mean, that winning 3 games in a row has never happened here in a championship. Really? Nope. So this could be the first for you guys. But you and I were talking earlier. This is your first year here at the USPBL, Jimmy John's Field. I mean, so kind of what has your experience just been like here as a whole at the ballpark? I mean, as we said earlier too, with COVID in place. I mean, kind of talk about the highs and the lows and the memories that you've had so far.
Oh, it's been great. Blessed to have really good coaches with the DVS, with Justin Orndorff and Shane and Allen have been doing an awesome job, really helping me a lot. And then the pitchers here on our team, we've been helping each other a ton this season, and it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, with the COVID, it's been weird. I feel like it's been more weird though from the sense of the non-baseball activities, like the locker room stuff, only being able to have a couple people in the locker room at a time, not having as many fans, just the interaction isn't as much. But from a baseball standpoint specifically, it's been great. Been awesome to be able to play. The staff's done a great job to make it happen, and it's just been a lot of fun and experience for sure, regardless of what happens today, that I'll remember forever.
Absolutely. I know I'm looking forward to this game. All the fans at home are looking forward to this game. It's going to be a battle, and I'm pulling for you guys. You didn't hear that, Unicorns. It's going to be a great one. All right, everyone, we're going to be right back with some more coverage. Stay tuned.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Welcome back, everyone, to Jimmy John's Field. Just about underway here in the championship game between the Utica Unicorns and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr., Chelsea Estes, the third member of our crew. She'll be chiming in throughout the day here today, as always. But we want to dive into the Unicorns side of thing. It feels like we deal with this throughout the year. It's like, have we seen this team in 3 weeks? And that's what it feels like for the Unicorns.
It does. You know, we have a tendency to feel that way throughout the year, but I think it is especially magnified now because it's such a big game. You know, you wonder how are they going to come out with the bats? Are they going to be a little bit tentative in the beginning of the game? Will they feel a little bit nervous at the beginning of the game? The Beavers aren't feeling nervous. They're feeling confident.
Right.
You can hear just over our left shoulder here, there's a lot of chatter going on in the Beavers dugout. You can tell that they want this thing and they're feeling it. But your momentum is only as good as the starting pitcher the next day. So that momentum will get squashed real quick if Ty Hensley comes out and he decides to shove from the beginning.
Well, you look at this lineup, it's evolved as the season has gone on, and that's because of competitiveness.
Yeah, for sure. And they did a nice job of bringing in some pieces throughout the season, too. You know, there's been the stalwarts in there like Coley Curry, you know, from the beginning. The pitching's been pretty consistent, too, but they've added some guys like Aaron Takis and John Hodo that have done a nice job. Hodo didn't qualify for the batting title because he didn't have enough at-bats, but he had the highest batting average in the league. Mostly a singles guy. Of course, now that I said that, he's going to hit one over the fence today. But
that's what's happening right now.
But a good contact hitter, good singles guy. He's, you know, hitting about 325, 330 on the season since he's been in here. So they've added some nice pieces. Colton Horner as a depth guy, catching wise. So they've done a nice job upgrading this team throughout the year.
You look at these two managers as well. Big league experience for both of them, playing and managing and coaching. Von Joshua has obviously coached at a very high level before. Jim Essien, the 1991 manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Right.
So it doesn't get better than that.
Well, Von Joshua played in the World Series. Played in, I think, four or five World Series games. So, yeah, I mean, they're not like a deer in the headlights today, that's for sure. And Jim Essien's been in this game as a manager, you know, multiple times already. So I think they feel confident about what they want to do. They have different problems on their plate. You know, the Beavers are trying to put together enough outs, put together enough innings with their pitching staff. The Unicorns have plenty of fresh arms, but it's still a matter of what buttons to push and when. You know, if Ty doesn't finish this game out, who are you going to go to and when are you going to go to them? They have something of embarrassment of riches as it comes to nice arms. They really do, but that doesn't mean...
Is it too much at this point to try to pick and choose?
Maybe. I mean, you can make a mistake. Yeah. You know, if let's say Ty gives you 6 great innings, but he kind of hits the wall. You know, who do you go to at that point? Is it Bobby Komitas, who's been outstanding in a starter, swingman type role? Is it Don Goodson, who's got the electric stuff? Eventually, you're going to go to Nolan Clenny, I'm sure, but when do you go to him? Do you wait till the 9th inning, or do you try to get 2 or 3 innings out of him? Those are all things that Jim Essien has to think about, and there's a chance he could make the right decision. There's the chance he could make the wrong decision, but that's why they get paid the big bucks, right?
Right.
These managers, that's their job. Right.
Well, Aaron Takis has been certainly a big addition. He's the leading off here today, and we've talked about it at times. There's not maybe a true leadoff hitter on this team, but you look at some numbers for Takis, 6 for his last 13. He's driven in a few runs. Contact percentage 81%. swing and miss percentage 10%. That's right around, where some of the better hitters and the leadoff hitters in the league are.
Sure. I don't know that they have a true leadoff guy, as we mentioned. Frankie Luska did a nice job there for a while. He's not a true leadoff guy either. He's a guy with some pop in his bat that can pull the ball over the fence once in a while too. But Aaron Takis was a really nice addition. He plays a nice defense, and he's going to make contacts most of the time. He can hit the ball over the fence potentially, and I think he's the right choice for now. It's not like a situation where the Diamond Hoppers were really struggling in that leadoff spot throughout the year, and they finally found their guy in Greg Vaughn. I don't think it's necessarily been that way with the Unicorns. They've had a few different options, and this is the one that they've settled on for right now. He's a guy that's going to be somewhere at the top of their order, and for now, he's just going to be in that leadoff spot.
The Unicorns are the defending champions. We've talked about it all year long, and their flag still sitting out in left field right now. And there's quite a few big pieces back, and a lot of them, when you look at it, Donald Goodson, Nolan Clenny, Ty Hensley, so much better too.
And it's
scary.
Yeah, it's some key guys too, right? I think they've got this experience. They've been, as I mentioned already, they've been in the Beavers' shoes before, coming into this game, maybe not as a favorite and pulling out the win, so they know what that's like. I think it's all the signs are pointing to them, maybe winning this game, but it's a baseball game. The last in Major League Baseball, the last place team beats the first place team more than a quarter of the time. So there's always that chance. The Beavers are playing really good baseball right now, and the Unicorns know that they have a real challenge here. And I think we're going to know early on what this game is going to be like. If the Beavers get out to a lead, then you better buckle your seatbelt.
Well, we've talked about Justin Orenduff's input all season long. We're going to talk to the Director of Baseball Operations next, dive into the DVS, what that actually means besides the words, delivery value system, because it's nice to hear from the guy who made it and who continues to implement it here in this fine league as well. We'll talk with him about that, pitchers that have grown, how this league has been, because he's the big reason why the staffing happens in terms of the players. He brings them in, he contacts people, and that's not been an easy feat this year.
No, this is a really hard season to put together. They did a great job. They established that taxi squad, as we called it, early on, a big pool of guys that could potentially pitch or play for any team, and they did a great job implementing that and then setting the rosters for September too.
Well, we'll talk to Justin when we get back right here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network preview show. This fine championship game presented by our credit union here today. While you hear his name mentioned quite a bit throughout the broadcast, his name is Justin Orenduff, the Director of Baseball Operations here at the USPBL. First, did you ever think we'd be sitting here honestly when we started this year?
No, honestly, quite honestly. July was tough, and we all learned a lot. We all went through a lot to make this happen, but, kind of kudos to ownership and USPBL and the entire staff to kind of make this work and make it happen. And here we are sitting late September, and it's 80 degrees, and we have 2 awesome games of the first 2, and here we are, Championship Sunday.
What made it happen, I guess, in the end and allowed it to sustain itself this season?
Well, I think, it all kind of came down to we were always wavering back and forth with what's going to happen with the governor's decision. And I think eventually, Andy's decided, hey, let's go to this broadcast. Let's play these games. We're going to go to 7 innings, and we're going to make it go. And once we kind of stuck to that plan, everyone was all hands on deck, and we got through it. And, we fulfilled an entire season in just a short, 2.5, 3 months.
Sure. And we talk about the delivery value system so much, and it's obviously developed a lot of these guys and changed them as we see this year and last year and everything that's happened. What does that mean? I mean, we talk about the DVS so much, but ultimately, what does it mean? What do they go through? What do they sit through when they're pitching and, the computer eye on them, all that good stuff?
The easiest way to explain it is really like in a way that we kind of measure efficiency, right? And so the lower the score goes 0 to 24, we can determine that a player has a lot of potential room for efficiency. And with that efficiency comes improvements in health, improvements in recovery, improvements in to be able to command the baseball and where it's going to go. And one of the things that's always a nice surprise is we've seen gains in ball velocity and miles per hour, right? And so one of the great things, and we've seen it year after year, and we got to give a lot of appreciation, respect this year to Shane and Alan, because as I've ventured and done more of the front office stuff, they've done more of the DVS stuff on field, these guys. So that's why, like this year, you'll see Ty and you see Garrett and you see Dugan and you see Nolan and Jared Price. They all spent extensive time last year, and that's our model. So our model is we find guys who have the right stuff, we build them out for 1 year. Next year, those are going to be the guys moving in, and that's the product that can really help propel this league.
Before we get to some individuals and what they've done in terms of that and just overall this season on the pitching end, what has it been like just trying to get players in here in general? Because that's not easy in a time like this.
Well, this year has been a challenge, and we have one of our staff members who you haven't met and you haven't seen. His name's Rye, and he kind of does a lot of our scouting, with some of the collegiate leagues, and he's kind of, almost full time when he doesn't have to be for that. And him and Essian really identify a lot of guys, as long as myself. So we always have a pipeline, we always have a list, and so there's guys that we can go to in a pinch and guys that we invite to our typical tryouts and showcases. But this year, with people not playing and taking extended layoffs, it's kind of like, we'll just wait till next year and see. So we didn't have our typical college senior showcase, and that hurt us a little bit. But we know we've got guys in the funnel, and we'll look forward to next year.
Well, two guys going here today. Let's start with Ty Hensley. I mean, we've talked about in the past, rejuvenated his career, rejuvenated his mechanics, which is why that works, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, right? So, we can't necessarily go in and change what's inside of him, right? Yeah. But I think that once he started to be able to feel things differently, recover better, throw the ball where he wanted to, that boosts confidence. And then, as you see, that confidence goes into a whole season where he puts up really incredible results, MVP quality stuff, gives himself an opportunity to move on to the next level and prove, especially for his case, that he's been healthy for 2 years.
Yeah. Then a guy like Gavin Wayman, maybe not expecting to pitch in a game like this, but you got to be ready, right?
It's a pretty cool story on Gavin, because he was a guy all off season, really wanted to be back here, sending me texts, sending me videos, saying, hey, I want to be there. And we brought him back in, and he's done okay. And sometimes he's had some tough outings, but at the end of the day, he's persevered, and he's throwing a championship game.
That's all it takes sometimes, right?
That's right.
Garrett Chrisman, a guy who threw game 1 for the Beavers. He's had a great, season overall. Numbers maybe similar to last year, but much better in terms of everything all around, right?
Yeah, I think he just put it together, right? He always had the ability to pitch, very calm, had the makeup, had the mindset for it. Stuff was a little bit better this year. Change-up significantly improved. Always went deep in the game, pitch counts low, and always put his team, the Beavers, in a chance to win. And, because of some of the mechanic stuff and recovery, we'll see him today, too.
Dugan Darnell, a guy who has totally converted himself into a pitcher, and that's something. How late it's been and how far along he is. You look at a guy like him and Donald Goodson, it's so impressive. But for somebody like you and for Major League Scouts, that's something they wow at and they like, because it's almost a clean slate. There's no arm injuries potentially there. And what you guys have done, you've made it so he'll be just fine in terms of mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you have a guy had no prior reports, no information on him. So that asserts itself as intriguing in and of itself. But then when they go from, Goodson was 90, 91 to 94, 95, and Dugan was 88, and now he's 92, 93, they put themselves in the ability to become a prospect.
We've heard, in that Detroit News article, 5 or 6 guys potentially moving on. It's such a odd time right now. We see minor league players released every week, it seems like, just based off of what affiliate teams are doing. But what's your feel for what some of these signings may be coming up?
Well, I think that once most clubs and organizations get the green light to sign players, our guys should be in the mix, and especially the guys we've mentioned here. I would feel that they're at the top of the list, and that's what I've been told. So, come end of October, we may be announcing some signings, and hopefully we can do that.
That's exciting stuff. We thank you for chiming in all season long. It's been great. Eric McKean does a great job for you guys behind the scenes with the analytics. He's going to have a big-time job in baseball soon.
No doubt about that.
Justin Orenduff, you're Director of Baseball Operations here at the USPBL. We're getting closer and closer to first pitch. Chelsea Estes will be back with you after this to talk about some of our award winners here in the USPBL this year. Then I will join Dan Griesbaum in the press box. We'll get your starting lineups for the championship game along with Dan's keys to the game. All that and more next right here on the USPBL Network.
Start to finish, Crest Lincoln offers an interactive shopping experience ready when you are at crestlincoln.com. Explore our inventory and we'll provide you with a wide range of options so you can lease or purchase your next Lincoln remotely. Our online process allows you to complete the entire purchase from virtually anywhere. Plus, our team of experts are standing by ready to help. When it's time for service, we'll provide you with a Lincoln loaner clean and sanitized. At crestlincoln.com, we're ready for you on your terms. Visit us online today.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
Introducing oat milk at Dunkin'. Get cozy by the cupful and creamy without the dairy with oat milk in any of our beverages. Oat milk is now at Dunkin'. Enjoy contactless ordering on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Welcome back, everyone. On Friday, we had the pleasure of awarding 4 very, very special players some awards from their accomplishments over the course of the season. So I'm going to give you a little breakdown of each award. So my first award that I'm going to talk about was the Sportsmanship Award, and that award went to Coley Curry of the Utica Unicorns. Coley over the year was number 7 in RBIs. He had 12, and then he stole 5 bases, and he also tied for 3rd with 4 doubles. I've had the pleasure to get to know Coley over the past 2 seasons, and he is a man with a $1 million smile and such a man with a heart of gold. So very, very well-deserved award goes to Coley. The second award I'm going to talk about goes to Garrett Chrisman, and he is Pitcher of the Year from the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. And Garrett as well has been lights out this season. I watched him last season as well, and I was able to see such an improvement. So Garrett leads the USPBL with 71 innings pitched, and he was number 1 with 90 strikeouts. Impressive numbers put up by Garrett over the course of this year. The third award I'm going to talk about goes to the Triple Crown winner himself, Zach Gray from the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Zach had a .294 batting average, 22 RBIs, and had 6 home runs. He has been such a fun player to get to know over the course of his two years here at USPBL. What a fun hype man to sit and watch him get his players pumped up in the dugout. So he was a pleasure to watch and get to know with his time here at USPBL. And finally, the MVP goes to the one and only Ty Hensley, a pitcher for the Utica Unicorns. You're going to see him out here on the mound here in just a few moments, but Ty has an impressive record of 9-1. He had a no-hit no-hitter on August 6th, and he had a combined no-hitter on July 3rd, and again on August 14th. So he's done the impossible. He also is second in the league in strikeouts with 70 strikeouts. So a very, very impressive year from Ty. And all four of these guys, and truly all of these guys on these teams, have been such a pleasure to watch this whole entire season. And we're about to get the championship game underway here very shortly, so stay tuned, you guys. We'll be right back.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
With soft tees, plush toys, team grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy two boys can be challenging, but when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power up-down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
You're going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
The USPBL playoffs presented by our credit union here this weekend and sponsored by the following: Ascension, AAA, Balfour Property Restoration, the Detroit Medical Center, DTE Energy, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, Green for Life Environmental, Green Path Financial Wellness, Jimmy John's, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Summit Oral. We thank all those fine partners for what they do for the USPBL and this season, which we've been able to get through this year. Time to take a peek now at your starting lineups, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. First, for the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today, it's Ron Williams Jr. leading it off. Freddie Geely bats second and plays second base here today. Joey Weimer in the 3-hole and playing center field. Cam Comer, Sam Troyer, and the aforementioned TJ Riles, who's hot coming into this championship game. 3 extra base hits yesterday. Came into yesterday's game with 3 extra base hits, so he's got 6 on the year now. Romero Harris bats 7th and plays right field. Has also been a key piece to this run down the stretch. Cesar Cuevas looking to get that bat going. Always a dangerous hitter in the number 8 hole here today. And Ashanti Wheatley rounding out the order and batting 9th in the DH spot. As for the home team today, the Utica Unicorns, their lineup also brought to you by AAA Michigan. Aaron Takacs leading it off and playing right field. John Hodo bats second and plays second base. Frankie Laska, Coley Curry, and Dominic Bethencourt in the heart of the lineup here today. Seth Strong bats 6th, and DH's Nick Snyder, Malik Blaze, and Jordan Finney rounding it out as they face Gavin Wayman here today. And the big story is that Coley Curry is playing. We heard last night before we left the ballpark that Jim Estienne kind of left it as a game time decision. He was going to pencil him in and make his lineup as of last night, but we were kind of put on the aware that if his back didn't feel okay, he may be scratched, but it's good to see him at least try to start this game here today.
Definitely. He's a core veteran on this team, a team leader, winner of the Sportsmanship Award at the end of the year, and he's a guy that they definitely want out there in all ways, so I'm glad he's able to go. Hopefully that, stays loose throughout the game too.
Let's look at your pitcher comparison brought to you by Denso here today. 2 guys in 2 different spots. Ty Hensley, the MVP this year, 9-1 with the 1.36 ERA. Gavin Wayman trying to have a clean start. He's thrown 22 innings this year.
Yeah, you would have got quite a payoff had you bet Gavin Wayman in the starting the championship game pool. There's no doubt about that. He's not someone who is at the top of the rotation for the Beavers. The Beavers in and of themselves are a surprise to be here in the championship game in some ways, but he is tricky, and if he's able to command his pitches and get guys out front on that changeup, which is a plus pitch for him, then he's going to have a fighting chance here today.
Putting aside everything in terms of what we know about the pitching staffs here today, just on pure feel of the game, momentum, the Unicorns have sat, the Beavers are hot. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but does that affect Utica at all here today?
I think so. I think that's the reason why the Beavers have a shot today. You can't just say, well, forget about the pitching and let's look at the rest of it, because the pitching is so important, of course. But as it comes to just a pure lineup in the offensive part of the game, I think in certain ways you have to give the Beavers an advantage right now, just because they not only have they had 2 postseason games, but they've swung the bats really well in 2 postseason games, and that means something.
Well, remind you can chime in all throughout today's game in the chat section, both on Facebook and YouTube. A lot of you chiming in. Kim Steffen says, good luck Unicorns here today. Michael Bowman also says, let's go Unicorns. Let's go Bobby Komitas. Tim Rothenberg on Facebook says, Andy, thank you for bringing this league to the local area. We love it and hope to have a better 2021 season. Strikeout COVID-19. Sarah Klosterman says, woohoo, can't wait. She was in the ballpark last night in the United Shore suite. Deloy Williams says, go Beavers, you can do this, bring it home. RJ's grandmother. Larry Kubiak comments 3 umps. Yes, 3 umps. They ratcheted it up a little bit more here in the championship.
We got Jeremy Otto in a suit, and we got 3 umpires. How about
sweating
that?
At the United Shore Media Desk.
It's a big day.
Malik Blaze, you see, is your starter at shortstop here today for the Utica Unicorns. It's kind of been him and Jordan Hovey, but they go with a little bit more of the veteran here for the start today.
Yeah, it's meaningful to have him in there. It's meaningful to have Coley Curry in there. These guys have played a lot of professional baseball games. They're plus defensive players, and I think it gives the Unicorns confidence, and I think it gives Jim Estienne confidence to have them in there.
First pitch between the Unicorns and the Beavers in the USPBL Championship game is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Keys to the game brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Dan, what do you got today?
Well, for any kind of postseason game, as I've mentioned to you before, I like to look at stars. And I think the star matchup today is power pitching with the Unicorns with the power hitting of the Beavers. In those matchups, Ty Hensley versus guys like Joey Weimer, Cam Comer. Now you can put TJ Riles in that conversation with the way he's swinging it right now. And who's going to win that battle? If Ty can neutralize those hot bats, then it's certainly going to go in the Unicorns' favor.
Well, who will it be? Will it be the repeat champion this year to lead the USPBL and overall championship since its inception with the Utica Unicorns and the #1 seed? Or will it be the 3 seed and the team with a Cinderella type story? We'll see next here on the USPBL Network. Don't go anywhere.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Championship weekend at Jimmy John's Field presented by our credit union here today. Ty Hensley towing the rubber for the home Utica Unicorns, a 6 foot, 245-pound righty out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Dan?
No excuses for the Unicorns today. They're lining this thing up exactly the way they want. They've got their horse on the mound. They've got everybody healthy to back them up in the bullpen, and this guy has been as outstanding as you can be during a professional baseball season. winning 9 games over, you know, how long was this season? 3 months? I mean, that's a lot of decisions to get in a league like this with 4 teams, and especially with all these hitters seeing him multiple times. It's not like he's tricking anyone. He's facing the same hitters all the time, and he's just been outstanding. Got that power curveball that's every bit of a major league curveball. He's got a fastball that can run up to the mid-90s at times, and he's a horse. He can go deep in this game.
His ERA against the Beavers right around his ERA for the season, just a shade over 1. He's 5-0, 31 innings against the Beavers, 8 walks to 42 strikeouts. The last outing was against this Birmingham Bloomfield team. Ty was pretty frustrated about it, as we talked about it with him on our USPBL preview.
But that speaks to his MVP season too. You know, for him to be frustrated with a complete game victory, that just shows, you know, the standard that I think he's holding himself to. It shows the standard that I think all of us have started to hold him to, which may not be a fair one. You know, he's just having that Pedro Martinez 99 or Justin Verlander 2011 type season here, where he's just had off days but won complete games. You know, that's the kind of season that he's having.
Ron Williams Jr., Freddie Geely, Joey Weimer, your Zach Hart Agency 3-men due up. Game time temperature 75 degrees, humidity 67%. 12-mile-an-hour wind, which has died down a little bit as we get closer to first pitch here. It was blowing out pretty significantly to left center field. Under the hot sun, Ty Hensley delivers his first pitch at 1:05 p.m. Serve to left center field. Coley Curry there to record the first out. Let's take a peek at the rest of the defense behind Ty Hensley here tonight. Luska and Takis, you're their outfielders. Bethencourt and Snyder on the corners. Hodo and Blaze, your double play combination here this afternoon. And Jordan Finney catching the pitches from Ty Hensley again here today. Seems like the personal catcher of late for Ty.
Yeah, there's a definite comfort level there. They work well together.
Geely looks at strike 1.
I liked R.J. Williams' idea there to lead off the game. He was going to look for a fastball down the middle, and if he got it, let it fly, and he hammered it. That could have just as easily been a double.
The fastball velocity is something that we want to watch here today. The last 4 starts, it's averaged 88, 90, 89, and 88, which is a shade under his season average of 90.5. And he said himself that the velocity wasn't where he wanted it. Swing and a miss, 2 up and 2 down.
He reached back a little on that one. He got it up to 92. He has that ability, especially with 2 strikes, to reach back and get a little extra on it.
Complete game last year in the playoffs. It was a semifinal game. 9 innings. But 6 walks, which is something he's limited some this year. The walks have been the one caveat for Hensley if you want to nitpick. But that's even evened out as the season has went on. It's 25 walks to 79 Ks.
Right.
It just seems like it's magnified in a couple of those games, maybe.
That playoff outing was against the Beavers also, wasn't it?
Yep.
And here's one of those power versus power matchups we talked about. Hensley and Weimer. Weimer just hit an absolute laser to center field last night. It just kept going.
His first extra base hit of his pro career, and we're shocked that it took so long.
Yeah, that's hard to figure.
0-2 is outside.
You know, we've talked a little bit about some mechanical things that I think he's going to work through as his pro career evolves. Tends to muscle up a little bit. He's got to get a little bit looser in the box there, keep the bat in his fingers, try to stay through the middle a little bit more like he did on that swing last night.
And he's a guy who had a career .408 slugging percentage at the Division I level with Cincinnati. 25 doubles, 2 triples, 12 home runs. Just 1 home run this year in a very much shortened season. And 53 at-bats with the Bearcats before being drafted by Milwaukee.
He's got all the tools. You can see what Milwaukee like to see.
1-2 is low. 2-2 on Joey Weimer. Cam Comer, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the first inning. That wind blowing out at a little bit bigger clip now. Waiting on the 2-2, popped him up. Gonna barely reach the outfield. Hodo's been real solid. Rises up, and it's a 1-2-3 breeze of an inning for Ty Hensley. Did you expect anything else?
Not at all. Not at all.
We'll check Gavin Mayman when we come back.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
Gavin Wayman, the 6'3" native of Bridgewater, Massachusetts, will take the mound here for the Beavers.
He has a pretty good mix in his arsenal. Has both a two-seam and a four-seam fastball, which he throws about equally between the two. Two-seamers got a little bit more run, of course. Very similar from a velocity standpoint, right around 85 to 87 range most of the time. He's got a 12-6 curveball that's got pretty good drop. And his changeup, probably his best overall pitch. Gets swinging strikes on that over 30% of the time, which is a really healthy amount for a changeup.
Four-seam, two-seam changeup curve. It's really splits down the 25 percentile all the way.
Yep, that's what he needs to be successful. He's got to have a good even mix. He's got to command all of those. He's got to work well with his catcher, Cam Comer, to set guys up a little bit and get him out front on that changeup. He's got to be able to throw that in fastball counts, of course.
Aaron Takis, John Hodo, Frankie Luska, your Zach Hart agency, three men due up. You're in the bottom of the first inning. Talked about Aaron Takis' run at the end of the season in the pregame show. 276 average coming into play here today, and that's a big jump from where he was even just 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's a guy who really cleaned it up in the Pecos League, but I think when he got here, he realized how good the pitching is here in the USPBL.
He's going to clean it up maybe here today as he drives it to the gap in left center field. Going to get the wheels on as well as he strides his way to second with a leadoff double.
I'll tell you what, that is a great sign for the Unicorns right there for the first swing of the day to be a really nice looking one. Drive it to the opposite way for a double, a team that's been sitting for a week. That's just a great sign for this lineup.
They did take quite a bit of live pitching, these batters, throughout the week because they wanted those pitchers to stay fresh as well.
It helps with having good weather too. You know, sometimes when you get into postseason baseball, if you're sitting for a while and it's freezing, you know, you just don't get outside and get to move around as much. It's really easy to get rusty.
Whittled on the ground to the third base side. Sometimes that's enough for Hodo to get on. He just records an out over at first. It just moved Aaron Takis to third base.
That's a good read by Aaron Takis. Saw off the bat that it wasn't hard enough to where he'd be in trouble going to third base there. Not a bad job by John Hodo either. You know, he's just trying to do something to move a runner.
So Frankie Luska in the last couple games moved down to the 3-hole with Takis leading off. trying to do a job. The infielders are in here in the first inning.
Yeah, they're going to force the issue. They don't want to lose the lead here right away in the first. Could go either way. As a manager, you could choose to play back and just trade the run for the out. It is early, that's for sure.
Back up a shade after the first pitch was outside. Here's the 1-0. Down low.
If you're Luska here, you really want to stay within yourself. Don't try to do too much. Just get a good ball to work with and drive it hard someplace. There's a lot of ways to score this run.
Here's the 2-0.
It may not be deep enough.
Riles doesn't have the best of arms. They're going to test it. Takis tagging up, and he will score. It's 1-0 Unicorns.
I think the issue there was that Riles really didn't see the ball great off the bat. I think if he had a better sight line on that ball, he could have stayed back and come in on it with some authority and got more on that throw. It looks like he was sort of caught flat-footed or even on his heels when he caught that ball, and he just doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough arm to make that throw if he's back on his heels like that.
I'm sure Coley Curry is glad to see himself taken at bat in the first inning. He was kind of joking with us on Thursday when we did the preview. He said, hey, look, I only have to get 9 innings in this week.
Right.
And I have a whole offseason to rest.
That's for sure.
The back issue has been something he's dealt with on and off all year long. It's been the hamstring for him mostly in his career that's been the nagging type of injury. But last week was the first time he really experienced spasms, which can be a whole lot of pain and a whole lot of, where did that come from too?
Right. Can't help but wonder what's going to be next for some of these USPBL veterans. Traditionally, they don't play more than 2 seasons here in the USPBL, so some of these guys like Zach Gray and Coley Curry and, you know, Freddie Geely, you know, what's going to be next for them in their baseball journey?
Middle of the infield back and spread out here for Von Joshua's team with the run already in and 2 outs. Been doing some Pilates and cupping and acupuncture this week as Coley Curry try to get back into play, and he picks up right where he left off after the week absence with a single.
Yeah, good looking swing there. We'll see how it affects his running.
Take a look at the Beavers defense here today, brought to you by AAA Michigan. It's TJ Riles in left, Joey Weimer out in center, Romero Harris in right, Troyer and Williams on the corners with Geely and Cuevas up the middle. Cam Comer once again catching the championship game for the Beavers here today.
He's a good one. I don't know that they'll try to test his arm here with Curry having the back issue and all that, but I'm sure they'll test him at some point. He's got a pretty good throwing arm.
Curry stays pretty true to the first base bag, just a short 1-step lead. First pitch, a ball inside. The changeup there. Stan talked about before. Gets 30% swings and misses on it. Throws it 25% of the time. Righty and ready here. He'd love to get out of the inning. Good hop for Troyer, feeds to second base on a missile, and that is the only damage that will come across. But in a game like this with Ty Hensley on the mound, that might just be enough. Aaron Takis doubles to lead off the inning. Comes in the sac fly by Frankie Luska, and that's why it's 1-0 Unicorns. Time for Freaky Fast Trivia, brought to you by Jimmy John's here today.
I got to stay perfect for the playoffs here.
What was the final score of the 2019 USPBL Championship game won by these Unicorns?
Oh boy, I think it's not A and C. I think it was a higher scoring type game. I know they came back. I'm going to go with D, 7-6.
Final answer?
Final answer, D, 7-6.
That leaves a real bad taste in your mouth at the end of the year, doesn't it?
Got my last one wrong. I can't believe it. Maybe I'll get one of the races right today or something to make up for it.
A reminder, you can comment with us all game long on Facebook and Twitter. AC Butler Wheatley says, Ashanti Wheely's mom and family watching from Louisiana here today. Let's go Beavers. Brenda Comer says she's enjoyed watching the games this year. Andrew Williams says, go Unicorns. Finally made it to Jimmy John's Field. Aaron Rao says, what a nice day for baseball. Certainly is. Gene Steinmetz says hello from Connecticut. Some Gavin Wayman fans watching here today.
Did we already have Connecticut on our list of viewers?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I'll have to double check that one. I know there's some out east that we're missing, but I think we may have had Connecticut already.
There is your answer, Mr. Griezmann.
Okay, well, there we go. Perfect.
Michael Allport on YouTube says, thanks, guys. Enjoyed your coverage of the season. Take care and be well. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dave Page says, today's my son's Alex's 9th birthday. We're enjoying the game in person, but still wanted to say hi. Thanks for a great season.
Happy birthday, Alex.
Sherry Ellie says, Beavers have the best game ever today. Wish you nothing but the best and get those Unicorns. Shanta Brumley says, Hodo family watching from Chicago. There's also quite a few in attendance from what we hear today from the cheers. Allie Poe says, watching from Alabama. Good luck, Coach John Dombrowski. Blazer Bobcat says, watching from Albany, Georgia. Thanks for an excellent 2020 season. So we thank everybody for tuning in here today. We want to continue to hear where you're watching from, especially if you're some of those states.
Absolutely.
That we have not hit, or call somebody that you know that maybe in that state and can tune in at some point here today. It's a 9-inning game, so you have a little bit more time.
You got time.
1-2-3 inning against Ty Hensley in the first. It was a flyout, a strikeout, and a pop-out. He used just 10 pitches.
He spreads the wealth on his type of outs, traditionally. You know, it's he's had a few really high strikeout games, but for the most part, he's got his share of contact outs, too.
His season high 112 pitches, but there's not much of a reward if you knock him out, especially with a completely fresh bullpen. 2-0 pitches high. I mean, you're talking about Goodson, a guy who could potentially pitch the 8th if Ty Hensley goes deep. And then your saves leader for the second consecutive season in Nolan Clenny.
I think that's what the Beavers need to do right there, is just make sure they see enough pitches and don't chase any out of the zone. You know, make them bring it to you. He will walk guys occasionally, as you mentioned.
Ray in Rochester thinking that Nolan Clenny will be the player of the game here today. That sounds like a tight game, Ray.
Could be. It could be an extra inning game.
We've seen 2 tight games so far.
Certainly not a bad choice.
That wind blowing the other direction now to right center field. Both the Unicorns Championship banner from 2019 left blowing that way, and the flag in center field as Curry freezes.
He says, thank you. I don't even have to move for that one.
For out number 1. Second out that he's recorded. The first was more of the fly ball variety. Here comes Sam Troyer now. He had a double and an RBI in that long second inning for the Beavers, and it looked like almost a wrap at that point. Who would have thunk that they would have came out with a 5-run second to stun the number 2 seed. They didn't blink an eye, though. They scored 6 of their own in the third, capped off by the big home run by Adam De La Cruz.
It was the kind of game that felt like it was over maybe multiple times.
There's the first hit against Ty Hensley.
I personally thought the Hoppers had an outstanding chance to win once they tied it. I mean, it sure felt like the momentum and everything else was in the Hoppers' favor at that point.
And that home run, just such a gut punch. I mean, it's not just that they've scored 6 runs in the inning. It's that they've scored it emphatically with a 3-run bomb to left center field.
And Von Joshua certainly didn't panic. He actually left Coleman in for a whole other inning after that, which, you know, spoke to, I guess, his overall confidence in A.J. Coleman. But he didn't panic, and his club responded.
First changeup, I think, here today by Ty Hensley outside. Just throws that pitch 9% of the time. He has had some good success metrically on the changeup. Hard fastball under the glove of John Hodo. Now trying to go first to third is Sam Troyer. He's going to do that with ease. He's got some speed. He stole a lot of bases in college.
Good base runner, has that good first to third speed, as we just saw right there.
Dan, TJ Riles.
Yeah, oh man, he's seen it. He's seen it great. And that ball could have gone either way. You know, that's a tough play for Hodo, but if he does come up with that one, it's an easy double play. And that's baseball for you. Sometimes it's just inches.
That's 5 hits now for TJ Riles in the playoffs. He checked in with a 148 average in the regular season. And Vaughn Joshua maybe not surprised because he thought he would do a lot more of this after he brought him over from the California Winter League. Had a really good season there.
Takis has to line this up and get into it now.
Troyer tagging up. Pretty good candidate to try to score here. He comes home. The throw is offline. And what do you know? We have a tie score again.
I think it was a similar situation there to the one with Riles. Takis really didn't step into that ball and get a lot on it. I don't know if it's a tough sky today. The guys seem to be caught a little bit on their back foot with these fly balls so far.
Cesar Cuevas did not record a hit, I don't think, yesterday. I'll have to double check the box scores because
looked like it was a couple of, at least 2 errors that he got on, right?
Yeah, 2 walks, a run scored back in the second inning. I had him down for 2 errors, but let's check the box score because there was a lot of convolutedness because there were so many of those type plays.
Yeah, choppers and balls off guy's glove and things of that nature.
Well, they credited him for 1 hit, it looks like.
They did, okay.
So not exactly sure which one it was.
Yeah, he had a couple of similar type balls.
Big AB here with 2 outs, though, and a runner in scoring position at second base. You got to take advantage of all the runs you can get with the pitching staff they have. 1-1 on Cesar Cuevas. I mean, this was a Beavers team that we had talked about early on in the season, and it looked like they could potentially shape up to be a pretty good team. They just never really took that full step forward that I think we were looking for. Some injuries maybe prevented them from doing a few more things than they would have liked.
I think the way the taxi squad shook out, too, had some effect on it. They had Ross Haffey for a long time prior to that, and then he ended up being assigned to the Mammoths. I think that hurt their lineup a little bit.
Two-1 lined up the box off the glove of Hensley and maybe of Hodo as well. They're going to try to test it. Riles coming around third, and he'll score standing up. It's 2-1 Beavers here in the second.
That's the right decision there by Nick Snyder to cut that ball. That was offline, and had he let that go, Cuevas was going to move up to second base.
Well, how about this? This is why we said we're not going to predict anything in the pregame show.
That's right.
Ashanti Wheatley.
Really liked his at-bats yesterday, too, honestly.
Yeah, they were good. I mean, you look at the surface and you see a line out, a strikeout, a sac fly, a hit by pitch, and a K, and you're like, I mean, decent, but I agree. I mean, his sac fly had some carry on it. He's had a couple fly balls the first 2 games of this series that have nearly carried on the outfielders. And already the Beavers have seen the lineup through against Ty Hensley. 3 hits, 2 RBIs, 2 runs in the second inning. Another curveball spins just inside. It's 1-1. He's averaging 2,800 on the sprint rate on the curveball coming into today.
Those 2 looked a little light from a velocity standpoint from what we normally see out of him. I think he's, typically 79, 80 with that when he's going good.
It's also something he mentioned about his last start. He was around 74, 75, 76, and that can certainly affect everything. And he said, look, these hitters have seen your pitches quite a bit throughout the year because they've also faced me quite a few times and everybody in the league, so that helps. Track him down. And if you can get at-bats out of your 9-hole hitter like this, he's been down 2 strikes the whole time, but fouling off pitches, turning it back to the top. The whole lineup has been pretty productive so far here today. And throughout their 2 games in the playoffs thus far.
Certainly about getting hot at the right time.
19 pitches in this inning, used just 10 in the first.
Now, it should be noted we haven't in the USPBL had a 3 or a 4 seed win 3 games in the playoffs yet to win the championship. So if the Beavers do accomplish that today, it will be a first.
Curveball. Hensley wanted the call there.
He wanted that one, I think. Umpire Gary Wagenschutz thought it was a little bit in, I think.
That one back to the normal speed where it is. 79 miles an hour. That's right at the average. He's usually 79 to 82 on the curve, 90 to 96 on the fastball. Wheatley continues to battle the 2-2. 92 mile an hour heater spoiled off.
Really good at bat here for a 9-hitter.
This lineup had the potential to do what they're doing right now, really the whole last month or 2 of the playoffs. There's some hitters here. They just haven't been able to get in a groove. And sometimes that's all it takes is to play 3 games in a row, which is not a thing you do often here in the USPBL. A frustrated Ty Hensley gives up 2 runs here in the second.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
This is a university unlike any other university. You will find out a lot about yourself and your career that you're going into. It's prepping me for the real world experiences that I will encounter once I do graduate.
With its many leadership programs and classes that integrate service learning into its curriculum, acts as not only a resume builder, but a character builder. And I couldn't put a price tag on it. And it will be invaluable to my career.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Gavin Wayman pitching with the lead as his offense really scraped through 2 runs, some gritty at-bats, especially Ashanti Wheatley. Now, it was a 1-2 pitch nearly the whole at-bat, but the point is that he was able to foul off 4 or 5 pitches of Ty Hensley, and we've talked about this before. Certainly at this point in the season, guys start to get tired maybe a little earlier than general often. The more pitches you can see, the more runs you can develop early in this game, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, he made Ty dig pretty deep into his arsenal there. He threw multiple breaking balls, and then he finally got him with what looked like a cutter away, which is not a pitch that he throws a lot, but he was able to get him to chase it off the plate. But anytime you can see a bunch of pitches like that, especially as a 9-hitter, that's a productive at-bat.
Larry Denny says, thanks for streaming the games, watching from Wales. Or wait, WA, would that? Washington,
yeah.
Goodness.
Washington.
Jeremy, go back to 7th grade. Let's go Beavers.
We have had viewers from Wales.
We have, so I just jumped the gun and saw the WA, and I'm like, yeah, that's Wales.
I don't know what time it is in Wales right now. Is it dinner time?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Washington, it's morning.
Seth Strong frustrated with himself there as he couldn't hold up. 115 average, also a batting average on balls in play of 125. He has popped up quite a few pitches, but has the ability to hit for some big-time power. Going to try to beat this one out. Gavin Wayman bobbles, and he's going to be able to reach to start the second.
That's some miscommunication there between Comer and Wayman. They both kind of hesitated. could end up being a regretful turn of events, depending on how this inning goes.
Ruled an E1. First error of the ball game for either team. Nick Snyder hitting 7th. Seen himself drop down in the lineup a little bit, but he's a guy that can pitch or can hit for some major pop.
Yeah, he's got as much power as anybody on this team, certainly.
2 doubles, 3 home runs. I was watching some of those live pitching sessions and some of these hitters taking swings. I think it was Luke Dawson maybe that was pitching, and Snyder just hit a bomb to left center field.
Yeah, he'll do that.
1-0 hits the corner for strike 1 at 84. The 2-seam from Gavin Wayman.
A few too many strikeouts, I think, throughout the course of the year.
He's always kind of been a low walk, high strikeout guy, but the power has been there more often than not. You look at his other independent at-bats outside of the USPBL, he hit for some major power wherever he's been. Bunch of home runs in the Pecos League. Strong with a decent lead over at first base. On the ground, good glove by Troyer, feeds to second, over to first. They have time, and boy, couldn't draw it up any better.
That was a good pitch there by Wayman, down and away, and he got Snyder to pull that ball, which is not something you want to do as a hitter, of course. You want to keep your hands inside that and try to drive it to right field, but good pitcher's pitch, and that's your best friend right there when you can turn one over.
And now Malik Blaze will step to the plate here in the second. 171 average. He has walked 9 times compared to 14 strikeouts, driven in 8 runs. In there, certainly because of his glove at the shortstop position. First pitch strike to Malik. Him, then Jordan Finney will complete the lineup for the Unicorns. They sent 5 to the plate in the first. Leadoff double by Aaron Takis came around to score. Curveball high. Wasn't able to get that one to break the way he wanted. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here today. Chelsea Estes is the 3rd member of our team. You heard from her quite a bit in the pregame show. She'll handle most of the postgame duties in terms of the on-field reps. Handing out the trophy, interviewing the player of the game. 2-1, whittled down the first base line. This could be trouble, but good converging job to get to that. Williams feeds to the covering Gavin Wayman, and nothing becomes of the leadoff error here in the second. Much because of the 5-4-3 double play and then the easy ground ball. It's still 2-1 Beavers.
Start to finish, Crest Lincoln offers an interactive shopping experience ready when you are at crestlincoln.com. Explore our inventory and we'll provide you with a wide range of options so you can lease or purchase your next Lincoln remotely. Our online process allows you to complete the entire purchase from virtually anywhere. Plus, our team of experts are standing by ready to help. When it's time for service, we'll provide you with a Lincoln loaner clean and sanitized. At crestlincoln.com, we're ready for you on your terms. Visit us online today.
Hi, I'm Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. As an athletic trainer, I often get asked when to heat and when to ice after an injury. We like to use the acronym RICE, which stands for rest, ice, compression, and elevation. So when an injury occurs within the first 72 hours or about 3 days, it's important not to use the joint and allow it to rest. Then you can introduce ice, which will help to relieve pain and control swelling. Compression, like a bandage wrapped around that injury, can also help minimize the swelling and pain. If it's an ankle or knee, gravity pulls that away, making it more difficult for the healing to take place. So it's important to elevate the injured area. There are fancy ice packs out there, but one thing we have is something in the freezer. If you're past the 3-day mark or 72 hours, you can start to introduce some heat to the area, or just simply move the joint to allow some natural blood flow. But after that, and you're returning to sport, I would also use ice if any swelling returns.
Ty Hensley trying to have a bounce back third inning of play. I mean, all things said, not too bad from what we've seen from some of these innings offensively by these teams this weekend, but he did give up 2 runs. It's a 2-1 lead for these Beavers team because of it.
Yeah, you can tell the Beavers just feel pretty confident in the batter's box right now. They're just seeing the ball well. You can tell there's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of focus. Back to the top of the order here for the third.
This man had a pretty good swing.
Yes, he did.
His first time up.
Jumped on one early. We'll see what Ty gives him here. Probably not a fastball if I had to guess. And I was wrong. And he stung it again, but nothing to show for it.
1 up and 1 down here in the third. Now this part in the order went down 1, 2, 3. It was pretty easy for Ty Hensley. He was able to strike out Freddie Geely and then draw a pop out by Joey Weimer. First pitch to Geely off the glove and away. Surprised at all that Jim Essien went with Jordan Finney here today?
No, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. I think the true starting catcher is probably Horner, but Finney has caught Ty. That's been their tradition, what they're comfortable with.
Coley Curry looking for his third out of the game, and he's got it there. So far, so good for Coley in the back, from what we know.
And there's some comparables in Major League Baseball for that. You know, we saw, Ross with the Cubs in the World Series, catching certain guys, even though he really wasn't the starter, that kind of thing. It's the most important thing is your starting pitcher. And if he's comfortable with a certain catcher for some reason, then I think you got to go with it. You can always pinch hit later if you need to.
Near the noggin of Joey Weimer, every pitch up and in this year brought to you by Summit Oral. And they're the sponsor of this third inning as well, along with Budweiser. Boy, that wind has changed direction, it seems like about 3 times.
Yes.
It was blowing to right center last, then dead center at some point, and left center to start the game. It is violently whipping to right center currently.
Right.
One and one on Weimer. Fly ball to left field. That one hooking towards the foul pole, going back, and it is gone! Joey Weimer hits another blast against the wind that time. Boy, if he turns it on here today, look out.
Yeah, that ball played into his strengths a little bit. I think Ty would like to have that one back. It's just a ball that kind of dropped down and in on Joey Weimer, and that's the type of ball that he really turns his hips hard on, and he got into that one pretty good. Starting to put some things together offensively.
You know what his launch angle on that was? If this is accurate, which is, I don't even know if this is possible. 42 it says on the flight scope. What would that look like? That would.
Yeah, they got up there pretty good for sure.
342 feet over the left field wall. He enjoyed the Chevrolet Pavilion quite a bit in the home run derby.
Yes, he sure did.
So it's funny to see him hit only his 2 extra base hits here in the playoffs, but see him launch so many home runs. He was right in the thick of things in terms of the derby title. Ross Haffey, what was his final number? Mid-40s,
yeah,
I think?
I think so.
1 in the end.
And actually, they didn't face each other in the finals because they were on the same side with
right.
The West Side team. I think they faced off in the semifinal, I believe.
2-1 on Comer, the catcher again here today. He's been the primary catcher all season long for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. This is a guy that Vaughn Joshua didn't know a whole lot about, but he's really liked how he's progressed this season in all facets of the game. Loop that one down the right field line. It's going to make its way down towards some of the host families. They're sitting down there again, right?
Yep, they are. Down in the Metro Detroit Ford Dealers right field pavilion. Sorry, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, excuse me.
2-2 on Cam Comer. He lined out to the center fielder, Coley Curry, back in the second inning. And after that is when the little offensive rally began.
Oh. Ty and the home plate umpire have been a little bit contentious thus far, and you don't want to see that, because you don't want to see somebody get run in a game like this.
Vaughn Joshua is saying he can't do that, I think. It's the first time we've seen Vaughn chime in like that. You think that's what that was?
I'm not sure. I'd be surprised if that's what that was about with Vaughn. It may depend on what exactly Ty said. We can't tell what he said.
3-2. Tipped in and out of the glove, I believe, of Jordan Finney there.
Not sure if, Vaughn thinks that Ty is trying to intimidate the umpire into giving him one to make up for that. That could have something to do with it if that's his contention.
Line drive up the box.
We'll see if the Unicorns try to settle things down here. Probably should. Ty looks pretty irritated right now.
Jim Essien going to come out.
And he's not a visit the mound kind of guy. That's not really Jim Essien's thing. But
Ty Hensley would be the guy if it wasn't him on the mound.
He's not going to talk about mechanics or anything of that nature here. He's going to talk to Ty about turning the page and not worrying about what calls he's getting or not getting. I'm sure he's going to pump him up and tell him how he's one of the best guys on the field and how it doesn't matter what kind of calls he's getting behind the plate.
Ty Hensley, a guy who threw a no-hitter in August, has been a part of 3 no-hitters this year, 2 combined no-hitters behind him. He started every game. The first time around was 3 innings. That was the first game of the year for these Utica Unicorns. The second was the 7-inning no-hit bid for himself, and then the last was a 5-inning outing, and that was an outing where he was scheduled to go 5 innings. His pitch count, if I remember, was up in that one anyway. And that's how it's going to work in a developmental league like this. There's going to be times where maybe there's scouts in attendance or scouts watching in some fashion. There, you have to get a guy in because you want to showcase him.
Sure.
Another hot shot up the middle, but a good job to feed it to Hodo at second base to end the threat. A home run by Joey Weimer. It was another monumental one to left field.
Definitely.
Gives the Beavers a 3-1 lead. Now time for JJ, the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union. Here's Chelsea Estes.
Welcome back, everyone. Man, do we have ourselves a game here today, but we're going to take a break from that because it's time for JJ the Field General, brought to you by Michigan First Credit Union. This is the time when JJ brings the umpires some water and a nice cold towel to cool off, and tonight he's definitely going to need it because it's getting a little hot out here. JJ's no dummy, though. He's going to sit and wait for a treat until he's ready to go back and perform some tricks for you. This is your last time of the 2020 season to watch JJ, so be sure to watch him catch those Frisbees, do some awesome tricks for you guys, and JJ will see you guys next season. Dan and Jeremy, back to you guys.
Thanks, Chelsea. Chelsea Estes, the 3rd member of our team all season long. Well, Gavin Wayman has another cushion to work with here, Dan.
Yes, he does. He's just got to keep doing what he does. He's not going to shut the Unicorns down today, but it's just a matter of limiting the damage and keeping them a little bit off balance, not giving them anything free. Don't walk too many guys. Just keep your team in the ballgame. Get as many innings as possible, as many outs as possible, and then turn it over to next man up, whoever that happens to be.
Jordan Finney, Aaron Takis, John Hodo, your Zach Hart Agency 3-men due up. Aaron Takis started the hitting for the Unicorns leading off here today. He jumbled into the gap in left center field, and you just can't help to think it. I mean, I'm sure they're not thinking this on the field, but us media types, we have the tend to overreact, but it's like, oh, you know, the situation they have in this game with the limited pitching, you started off with a double. It just feels like not the start they needed, but a good job by Gavin Wayman to reel it in. I mean, he reached third base with 1 out, did score off the sac fly, but that was really it.
Yeah, it's about limiting the big inning. We've talked before about how important that is, whether it's a pro game or a Little League game. If you can limit the big inning, you have a chance to win. Actually, sometimes you have a chance to win even if you don't limit the big inning, as we saw last night. Several big innings last night.
See, we have over 200 people watching currently, both on Facebook and YouTube. That's a pretty good number. I mean, it's not a surprise to see that because we have a lot of people who check in and out of games. I mean, we're averaging upwards 10,000 viewers per game. But hello to everybody watching here today. If it's your first game, we thank you for tuning in to a fine, fine day here in the Metro Detroit area as well for some baseball.
And if you're local, you'll see a little bit of local talent like this guy here, Jordan Finney, out of Cranbrook. Went to Albion for his college ball.
The Cranbrook Cranes.
I wouldn't have known that one.
Ever been to their campus?
No, I've heard good things, certainly.
It's pretty nice. I mean, it's in terms of size, it's almost like a college campus. I mean, there's a lot of things that encompass.
Does it have dorms? Does it have dorms also? If you
I believe. Yeah, I believe. Because they definitely have some foreign exchange type students and students traveling to go there for sure. Have their own hockey rink. That's another place. I know you brought that up the other day. They're one of them too.
Sure.
2-1 is up high to Finney.
Where does UAD Jesuit play their hockey games?
They play at Hazel Park. They used to play at Old City Ice, where South and North used to play, Grosse Pointe.
Sure. That's now a soccer facility?
It is, yeah. Detroit City FC bought it. On the ground to Cuevas. Scoops it up, throws to first. That's good to see from your usual sure-handed shortstop. Had a little bit of a rough game yesterday. Maybe some of that towards the end was just a little mental, but he checks right back in here today and is able to get the first out of the third inning.
Aaron Takis, first ball swinger last time out. You know, much like we saw with R.J. Williams. We'll see if Wayman approaches him any differently this time.
Wayman's season high on pitches 66. That was 2 outings ago on September 5th. So it's something to watch. It's fairly in order right now at 26 pitches. Not exactly sure how many he could stretch out to here today.
It's a smart first pitch there, I think, with the changeup.
Wind now blowing to left center, where maybe these flags are telling us opposite things.
Right.
The Unicorns flag blowing out to right center, the other flag blowing the other direction.
Right. Very strange. A swirling wind, I guess. Although they're similar heights today because of the half staff.
True. 1-1 is looped foul at 77 miles an hour there. We appreciate all the nice comments coming in about what this broadcast has been. Give a lot of credit to Jeremiah Hergott and everything he did to make sure this thing happened.
Yep, I'm sure we'll get some thank yous in as we go on, but Jeremiah Hergott, definitely one of the voices that really trumpeted this broadcast behind the scenes, wanting to pump this up a little bit and do more for our sponsors with it, to make sure our sponsors are happy in what was otherwise going to be maybe a less than type experience, you know, just not being able to have as many folks in the ballpark as they've come very accustomed to here at the USPBL. And it was a great idea. Certainly got the support from, that
fly ball to right field. That's headed towards the stage. Harris looks up, and it's right there next to the stage. Aaron Takis just continues on his absolute tear.
He has taken some beautiful looking swings today. And, you can't help but feel happy for him. He's a good kid who, had a little bit of he's given some thanks there. He had a little bit of a tough start when he got here from the Pecos League, had really torn things up there, and I think he put a little bit too much pressure on himself right when he got here, but starting to really settle in.
He is now 8 for his last 15 with 3 RBIs and 4 extra base hits. That one off the bat at 90 miles an hour, carried 360 feet. And now it's made it a 3-2 game, and Von Joshua will make the short trek out to the bump here.
Yeah, this game has a feel of maybe one that can go back and forth.
Guess who's warming up already?
Jared
Garrett Chrisman.
Price? Oh, Chrisman. Okay, I was going to say Price. Price would be a surprise too, just with how much he's pitched already. But I guarantee you Chrisman lobbied pretty hard to get the ball at some point today. And you got to respect that out of an ace, wanting to take part in the championship game in some way, shape, or form. And he's certainly the type of guy that doesn't rely on a top-notch fastball all the time. He's someone who relies on having good command, having a plus-plus changeup.
Sam Troyer begins in at third base with this hitter who dribbled one down the third base line his first time up, nearly scampered his way on base. It's not a surprise to see that out of John Hodo. But saying that, he's had some solid hits as well. They haven't been all just tappers or infield singles.
Not a lot of extra base power, not necessarily for Hodo, but very good bat control. He's definitely going to get his share of hits.
Not a guy that's going to light it up on the exit velocity. His hard hit percentage, that's 95 miles an hour and above 0, but still, he's had some sharp singles. Frankie Lutzke, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the third, and out and a run in. 2 extra base hits for the Unicorns thus far. And 1 big one off the bat of Joey Weimer, which is the difference in the lead right now for the Beavers in the last half of them hitting. Looping ground ball up the middle. Cuevas handled it well. Good stretch by R.J. Williams, but Hodo just too fast with all the moving parts on that play.
Not much Wayman can do there, obviously. Pretty decent curveball, and he got Hodo out front. Just sort of rolled over it, but he had the wheels to beat it out.
Here comes Frankie Lutzke now. 266 in the average column. He added his 9th RBI of the season back in the first inning. It's on a sac fly, not trying to do too much. We've seen a couple sac flies and RBIs by each side thus far. 80-mile-an-hour changeup to start the at-bat here. Rides its way outside. Lutzke, Coley Curry, Dominic Bethencourt, 4, 5, 6, and Jim Essian's lineup here today. Weimer adjusting a little bit in center field, moves pretty much to dead center. Outfield otherwise straight up. The infield moderate depth there. We're trying to turn a potential double play, which would end the inning. They had a big one after the leadoff man got out in the second. Pretty easily turned 5-4-3. Troyer to Geely to Williams. It's a sharp single and a right. Hodo, good candidate to go first to third, even with Harris being able to gun that one to the third base bag. It's a little off, and that is going to put runners on first and third with 1 out.
Yeah, he challenged Harris there. That wasn't a no-brainer ball to go first to third on. It was hit pretty hard, and Harris wasn't playing very deep, but got around second base pretty good and challenged him and made it.
Looks like the ace is going to come in. Von Joshua making his second mound visit here in the third inning to Gavin Wayman. Gavin gives up 6 hits here today. 2 runs so far. He's got 2 more that Chrisman will inherit. Not sure how much we can see at a 22 here today, but it's still going to be appointment viewing.
Absolutely. I don't think we've ever seen him jog in from a bullpen before, have we?
No, he got some style points there. When we come back, Coley Curry's going to face Garrett Chrisman is going to face Coley Curry here in the 3rd inning. Aaron Takis has driven in the innings 1 run. It's 3-2 with 2 runners on and 1 out here on the USPBL Network.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department. With advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms, we're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
A great day for me is when the family heads to the local farm stand in our Chevy Traverse. We can enjoy a comfortable, scenic trip in its spacious interior and stay connected with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi. Add in the available hands-free liftgate and class-leading cargo space, and Traverse fits my life and everything that comes with it.
Lease a 2020 Traverse LT for just $279 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Well, we thought we might see him at some point. This is maybe a little earlier than we expected, but here comes Garrett Chrisman trying to save the day for the Beavers in the 3rd inning with a run already in and 2 out, 2 on with 1 out.
Well, it's identifying the high leverage situation, and this is certainly one early in the game. You've got the tying run on 3rd, go ahead run on 1st. If not now, then when, I guess. I'm sure that's what Von Josh was thinking.
Garrett Chrisman told Dan before the game that he was available at any point should they want to go to him and need him here today. Coley Curry hits a bomb to right field. Harris looks up, over the berm and gone!
Wow.
3-run jack for Coley Curry.
Well, he sure greeted him to the game in style, didn't he? I mean, that ball was over the hill, no doubter. And Coley had some style points as he watched that too. That's for sure. He knew off the bat that was gone, and he's feeling it right now. I guess his back's okay.
94-mile-an-hour blast to right field, and the game has a different complexion. It's 5-3 Unicorns.
I'm sure Garrett would like to have that one back. But, you don't really expect a guy to let it fly on the first pitch like that necessarily with a new pitcher coming into the game. That's not a typical approach.
So 2 of those runs will be charged to Gavin Wayman, and then the run by Coley Curry goes to Garrett Chrisman. He's had the ball and been set and ready since that ball maybe landed in right field as he wants to attack this lineup. Dom Bethencourt looks at strike 1. We've had a lot of momentum shifters so far in this game, but ultimately, or not in this game, but in this series so far, they haven't mattered a whole lot in terms of how the game shook out in terms of early base runners and big innings. So we'll see how it affects the game here today.
Well, if you're watching at home or at the ballpark or even right in this booth, you should resist the temptation to think this one is somehow over, because we've seen things change many, many times. And when it feels like the momentum is shifting toward one team, we've seen it shift back just as fast several times in these playoffs.
Seth Strong lifts this one foul. He was the beneficiary of a tough error for Gavin Wayman. He came off the mound trying to get a swinging bunt, basically, from Seth Strong, who reached. Nick Snyder, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. Strong is the 7th man to the plate here in the 3rd inning, the highest output we've seen thus far. They sent 5 to the plate back in the 1st, and just the minimum in the 2nd. There's a big gap in right center field for Seth Strong here. Harris plays him more towards the line than anybody else. Here's the 1-2. Thistled to second base. G. Lee gonna feed to Chrisman, and Strong gets dirty to begin his outing here today.
The bat didn't sound good.
Garrett gives up 3 runs on the bomb over the berm in right center field. I think that's the farthest we've seen one hit
in that area
to that direction this year. It's a 5-3 lead for the Unicorns here on the USPBL Network.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Well, Ty Hensley feels a little bit more comfortable all of a sudden because his team has a 2-run lead.
I will say one position you don't want to be in is trying to reclaim a lead against Ty Hensley and the Unicorns bullpen in general. That's not a comfortable position to be in. That in no way, shape, or form means I'm writing off the Beavers, though, because they have been swinging really good bats in this postseason, and I'm quite certain that they're not discouraged right now.
And the amount of home runs we've seen in the last 2 weeks is something I think we were looking for all year long, and maybe it has something to do, especially for the Beavers, at the fact that they've been able to get more ABs lately than they ever have in a row. I mean, these teams just aren't used to playing back-to-back-to-back games.
Jeremy's getting photographed by people up here in the booth. Like I'm sitting with, I don't know, Britney Spears or something. I was searching for a name there that might give away my age going to that one.
This one lifted out by T.J. Riles, a single in the second inning for T.J. He came around to score, just continuing his really good stretch. Just a .143 average coming into play in the playoffs, and he's done nothing but hit, and now he's going to sneak one in. My goodness.
That's a nice-looking bunt.
And that's what you got to do, right, to keep them on their toes.
Sure. All of a sudden, you're having a big run on extra base hits, drop a bunt down.
And that's got to be really frustrating, too, for Ty Hensley. He was not happy with the strike calls against Cameron Comer, particularly back in the third inning after he had retired the first 2 he faced. Then the home run by Joey Weimer. It was a good job to get a soft ground ball off the bat of Sam Troyer. But those things just got to bite at you, don't they?
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's going to come out of this game anytime soon, but it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, say he comes out of this game after 5 or something like that. Who's the next guy that the Unicorns go to? Do they go to Nolan Clenny right away? Probably not that early. You know, is it Don Goodson? Is it Comitas? They've got a lot of choices down there. It's almost a lot of pressure on Jim Essien to pick the right guy, you know, when you have that many guys.
You keep putting the pressure on these managers. The past 2 weeks.
It's out of respect. You know, I respect the job that they have to do. It's not an easy job. And whether you have a struggling bullpen or a tired bullpen or a tremendous bullpen, you still have to pick the right guy.
Riles with a modest lead over at first base. He's got speed. Good biting. Is that the cutter to the outside?
I think it might have been.
Eric marked it as a changeup.
Okay.
We generally trust Eric, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah, go with Eric. Eric's going to eat all his goldfish before the game even reaches the 5th inning here. He's got to slow down. It's been a lot of offense.
So when there's no baseball, does Eric just sit somewhere in a park and eat goldfish? Or
I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Fly ball to right field. Takis a long way to go. Stretches out for the out.
Well, Takis is putting in his bid for player of the game so far.
He sure is. A home run and a double. Here comes Cesar Cuevas now. He had a single and an RBI back in the second inning. Sam Troyer and TJ Riles scored the first 2 runs for the Beavers. Then it was the home run by Joey Weimer with 2 outs in the third.
Unicorns making some good plays behind Ty today. That hasn't always been the case. On occasion, he's been victim of some sloppy defense.
Yeah, for whatever reason, we've seen the defense kind of falter as the year went on. It was pretty sharp early on. There's the one that's tucked in the line at third base. Von Joshua's going to send him around as that goes all the way to the wall. TJ Riles will score easily, and it's a stand-up double for Cesar Cuevas.
Yeah, Luska had some trouble playing that one down in the corner. The angle he took to the ball ended up being incorrect. It got down the line quicker than I think he was expecting, and it made its way all the way to the corner. That's not really a ball that should have yielded a run there, I don't think.
Gosh, Dan, did we ever think we'd see 3 games like this?
Oh, man. It's tremendous. Exciting baseball.
Just with the outstanding pitching we've seen this year, you didn't think that 3 straight games could have a back-and-forth feel, but that's what we've been granted so far.
Right.
Some of the best games of the year.
And Cesar Cuevas, a guy who hasn't been one of the better offensive performers the last 2 nights, having a good day.
Curveball in the dirt there. He struggled with the velocity at points in the second inning. It's gotten back to around where he wants it. 79 miles an hour, his average.
That ball could come back. No,
we've seen it this year.
Yeah, it kind of died. It started to make its way back toward the line. You know, we predicted even before these playoffs started that the Unicorns were going to be in position to win a low-scoring game on Sunday for the championship. That was kind of the prediction, you know, thinking that their offense could be a little bit rusty, but they've got that great pitching and they could win a low-scoring game. Well, it's certainly not playing out that way. They could win this game, but it's not going to be a low-scoring game.
Did he break his bat there?
I guess so. I didn't feel like he did off the bat, but...
One out in the inning. It was the diving play by Takis that saved that. Otherwise, we could have looked at 2 singles and a double to start things here in the fourth. You give him a straight double? I think you would, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If he would have reached third, that would have been a double and an error.
Yes.
He probably could have reached third. 1-1, whittled on the ground to Bethencourt. He's going to stare him back, and now he's heading to third base. Good job to cover over there by Malik Blaze. Really close play, but he dives in safely.
Bethencourt could have, I think, got the runner in a pickle there. He came pretty aggressive toward third base, but he decided to take the sure out, which is okay. You know, not a bad idea, but I think he had the lead runner there if he wanted to get him. We'll see if it ends up making a difference here or not.
Good heads-up play by Blaze just to get in place as well. Unicorns have action in their pen here in the fourth inning.
Now, Bethencourt's got that good throwing arm, too, and I think he probably felt like if he threw the ball hard to first base, then the runner wouldn't be able to move up anyway.
Miguel Reno hopping about out there. Here's a line drive to right. Takis again with the diving play.
My goodness.
Jeez.
2 diving plays in 1 inning.
Aaron Takis has saved a couple runs for Ty Hensley as a big thank you to that man right there. Still a 5-4 game.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
Congratulations to today's graduate of the game from Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. At MSGCU, we're for teachers. That means anyone that's ever taught a lesson about anything in life, like how to tie a tie or how to pay attention in online school. We're dedicated to helping all the teachers out there achieve financial success. So if you've ever taught a lesson, MSGCU can help you get the most out of your finances with market-leading rates and low fees.
Senior Spotlight brought to you by Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. It's Sabrina Size out of Waterford Mott High School, selected as one of 50 seniors for a 4-year varsity softball starting pitcher as well. Was on the crew team, played varsity volleyball, and has been on the U.S. PBL dance team in the Plash. She wants to study meteorology.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
Could help us here.
Yeah. Especially today. I feel like we could use some wind judgment.
Waterford Mott, was that the home of Kirk Gibson, or was that Waterford Kettering? I get them confused.
I think it's Kettering.
Kettering.
First pitch low and away to Nick Snyder. Garrett Crispin gave up the bomb to Coley Curry, who's 2 for 2 today. It was a 3-run home run to clear the bases in the third, second home run of the inning. Otherwise, has retired 3 straight, thanks to that ground ball to the shortstop Cuevas.
Be interesting if, Crispin has a clean inning here, how long they think about going with him. Through 76 pitches on Friday, over 6 innings.
Not a lot of options behind him. Just depends whether guys can really gut it out and throw 3 days in a row, potentially. Right. Kyle Luger added to the roster for the Beavers here today to potentially heave a couple innings. Their closer really throughout the season, Jared Price, has thrown 2 days in a row and labored in both in terms of a lot of pitches thrown.
Yeah, there's certainly guys who can go out there and throw. It's just a matter of how long and which ones do they want to go to.
Williams gets right to his spot to collect the second out here. Now Jordan Finney trying to break up a potential 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, our first 1-2-3 since the top of the first, I think, right?
Feels like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Fastball at 89. The fastball certainly seemed like he was playing up above the average quite a bit early on in his starts on Friday. That's at 90.
Yeah, he's not down on his velo today. How long he can maintain it there might be another matter, but
swing and a miss. 2-1 on Jordan Finney. He grounded out to begin the third inning on a 3-1 pitch. Then the home run by Takis, the 2 singles in a row, and the home run by Curry has made the difference in this game. The Beavers able to scathe together one more run off the leadoff single by TJ Riles, driven in off the double by Cesar Cuevas. And it could have been worse. Aaron Takis making 2 outstanding diving plays in right field. Swing and a miss. Garrett Crispin with a 1-2-3 breeze here in the 4th inning. He's thrown 17 pitches. I think maybe another inning is in order. We'll see. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network. Actually, we're staying here. It's the Dunkin' Donuts race. Satisfy your cravings with Dunkin's snackin' menu with the new stuffed bagel minis, new maple sugar snack and bacon, and Dunkin' roll-ups, including our new steak and cheese roll-up. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. A limited time offer. Here they come.
I like that donut style.
Yeah, oh wow, look at the swinging action on the arms here today.
I think iced coffee's due. I'm going to go with iced coffee even though he's behind.
Iced coffee is holding the middle of the cup there. Not sure if there's something going on.
It's going to be close. Is he leaking?
Maybe. Hot coffee from behind. Iced coffee. Oh, wow. We need a replay of that to see who won.
They looked like they were going to fight there at the end. Iced Coffee sort of stepped aside to say you first at the end as they got through the door. But I think Iced Coffee won that by a nose.
America runs on Dunkin'. More after this.
Introducing oat milk at Dunkin'. Get cozy by the cupful and creamy without the dairy with oat milk in any of our beverages. Oat milk is now at Dunkin'. Enjoy contactless ordering on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'. There's nothing better than fall together with the signature pumpkin spice iced latte or pumpkin iced coffee. Pumpkin is back at Dunkin'. Enjoy contactless ordering on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'.
Jeremy and Dan back with you here from Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. It's a 5-4 lead for the home team today. The Utica Unicorns. Ty Hensley has another inning here in the 5th. We have seen some action in the Unicorns bullpen since last inning. There's nobody throwing currently. We've seen some guys stretching.
Well, there may have been certain guys getting loose for early work, whereas if Ty can make it through the 5th or 6th, they might go to somebody else. If you needed a quote-unquote long guy today, you would think Bobby Komitas probably, or maybe Luke Dawson as that choice.
Freddie Geely, Joey Weimer, Cameron Comer, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men due up here in the 5th inning. They have one run in this group of batters. It was the home run by Joey Weimer. Another really high shot. It looked like it might just go over the foul pole. It just hooked to the right of it a little bit. That wind again blowing out in left center field to begin these ABs for Freddie Geely as he looks at a 90-mile-an-hour fastball high and away. Dominic Bethencourt in tight at third base. Everybody else pretty straight up with this lefty at the plate. More of a launch angle swing for Freddie Geely this year. Got on via the walk a couple times last night. Game before that had a single and a run. First playoff game. And that's what he did a lot of last year to gain some base hits as he has a leadoff single here in the 5th inning. They've had at least one base runner in every inning but the 1-2-3 first.
Well, here's one of the hot hitters coming up now. Found his power stroke the last couple days. I think Ty needs to try to elevate his fastball more so against Weimer. Also throw it more away, not the type of ball that he can hook into left field. And he tried to elevate there. I think that's a good idea.
Elevating the fastball to a lot of these Beavers hitters is something they've struggled with today. Talking with Von Joshua before the playoffs started, that's something he's preached to these guys. Look, you can't swing up and at the same time swing at that high pitch as Coley Curry catches out number 1. That's his 4th put out so far today.
That's a good pitch there by Ty. Keeping it on that outside part of the plate. Joey can make contact there, but he's not going to hit the ball with as much authority in that spot.
5 runs off 7 hits and no errors for the Unicorns thus far. 4 runs off 7 hits and 1 error for the Beavers. Cam Comer had a single on a battle back in the 3rd inning. That's where Ty Hensley got a little flustered with some of the strike calls. First pitch changeup had Comer jumping out of his shoes there.
He'll use that changeup against the left-handers. We've seen it against Comer now. We also saw it against Riles.
It's 66% four-seam fastball, 22% curve, and 9% change. With the cutter, which we haven't really seen all year long much, at 6%.
He seems to want to run that away from right-handers, generally how he uses it. He did get Harris with it earlier. Was it Harris? Maybe I'm mixing it up with somebody else, but he got it chased away. That's really what he tries to do, is to throw it away. against right-handed hitters.
I know at the beginning of the season, Justin Orenduff, who we talked to pregame just about the DVS and everything that these pitchers have done, didn't really like the look of his cutter because he thought it brought him out of some of his mechanics in his arm slot. 2-1 high, another changeup. 3-1 on Cameron Comer. He's gotten to a 3-ball count every time today against Ty Hensley.
Yeah, some longer at-bats. Wheatley was actually the one I was thinking of. He had a good long at-bat against Ty, and then Ty finally got him with that cutter away.
Yep, that was to end the second. Walked him. Not something you want to do against the 5 through 9 who've done a really good job today, seeing pitches and getting hits. In that grouping, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits on the day, 3 runs, 3 RBIs, and just 3 total outs recorded. It's a strikeout, a ground out, and a ground out. Some really good production out of some guys who they were looking to lean on all year. They just haven't gotten it going until now. What better time, I guess?
That's for sure.
Both of these teams trying to win their 3rd overall title in the 5-year history of this United Shore Professional Baseball League. It would be 2 in a row for the Unicorns, and the stirring continues. Looks like C. Reno might start throwing.
Just saw someone else take their jacket off down there. That could be a sign. Might be Comitas. It's tough to tell at this distance. I think it is Comitas.
You got it, yep.
Yeah.
And when Bounds blocked off the face mask of Jordan Finney there, what does that feel like as a catcher?
You know, it happens so fast you really don't notice it most of the time.
Just 4 days later when you can't remember the...
You don't want it to happen a lot, that's for sure. Ask Alex Avila about it.
Yeah, that's why he's moved to that type of mask that Finney uses. He used to go with the traditional over-the-cap mask because there's a
right by him there. He was not looking fastball at all there. It was a very unorthodox swing by Troyer.
3rd strikeout of the day for Ty Hensley.
One of the hot hitters here for the Beavers. He's got a base hit to center and another bunt base hit on the day.
First pitch to Riles up top. He's keeping it going. If the Beavers do win this game, you got to consider him as an MVP towards the whole playoff run.
Yeah, definitely playoff MVP candidate. Depending on what happens with the pitching, you could look at Garrett Chrisman too, you know, depending on how long he keeps his team in this game today.
And maybe, who knows, this might be the difference between TJ Riles returning and not next year.
Yeah, those conversations will be interesting. You know, that's something we haven't talked about a whole lot yet, but, you know, they do start to look at those rosters pretty early. You know, next year, by all accounts, will be more of a traditional type year with the rosters, we hope.
I think they have a decent idea of who they want back and who they don't at this point. 1-1 popped up. 3rd base side, Bethencourt looming and can't quite get to it. We've seen Lamar Briggs make that play quite a bit when he played at 3rd base for the Mammoths. He became the everyday center fielder as time went on. And Alec Olin kind of transitioned over to 3rd base, but he made some outstanding over-the-shoulder catches at 3rd base in the middle part of the season.
Yeah, he seemed to take pride in going after those pop flies down the line and in the corner over by the picnic tables.
1st and 2nd with 2 outs here in a 5-4 game in the 5th. Here's the 1-2. Whittled and tucks it in again. This one riding to the corner. Freddie Geely gonna score. Boy, we're back to square one again.
Yeah, Ty's just making some pitches, but not catching all the breaks. You know, that one's not a real hard hit ball. But the Beavers are just battling, and they're finding ways to get things done.
That fastball at 93, probably the best from Ty Hensley here today. I think the previous high was maybe a pitch we saw in this inning as well, 91.4. You would like to see the fastball consistently more 94, 95 to get back to where he wants to be.
This is a big at-bat here. I think if Ty can get through 5 with the tie game, the Unicorns will still feel pretty good about their chances, just considering all the bullpen arms that they have and a lot of guys that they're confident in.
They know about piecing together a quote bullpen day.
Yes,
this
they
one on the ground, diving stop by Bethencourt, throws it over to first. Big time play to strand a couple more runners. The big one that scores is Freddie Geely. He had a leadoff single here in the 5th inning, cashes in, and it's 5-5.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood Supermarkets, giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for me to recognize the family of the game, brought to you by Huntington Bank. The family I'm going to recognize today is the Rivera family from Holly Township, Michigan. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this amazing championship game from the comfort of your own home. And thank you for welcoming us into your living room for the rest of this season. So congratulations again to the Rivera family, and Jeremy and Dan, back to you guys.
And there you're looking at the guy trying to bulldog through this one for the Beavers, Garrett Chrisman. Started on Friday night through 6 innings, 76 pitches, I believe, was his pitch count. Certainly lobbied his manager, Von Joshua, to get back out there today in this championship game, and he's going to try to gut through it as much as he can. Certainly the big blemish was the Coley Curry home run, but had a really nice clean inning the last time out. And we'll look for more of the same here as the Unicorns bring up the top of the order.
I think it was one post game when Aaron visited with you. He just said how comfortable he was as a Unicorn.
Yes. Yeah, seems to like the guys and felt pretty welcome right when he got here from the Pecos League.
And I think we tend to forget this with athletes. I mean, it's almost as if Aaron was traded. I mean, he's not in the sense of acquiring one piece to the other, but that can be a huge adjustment for a guy going from one place to the next.
Sure. I mean, think about what happens in your work, you know, whether you work in an office or whatever. When you go from one employer to another, there's a whole adjustment period there. There's different, you know, different personalities around. There's different norms, different culture, all those different things. And in this case, it's a different competitive atmosphere. He got to this league and the pitching was a little bit better, and that was an adjustment.
First pitch to John Hodo up high. 7 hits for this Utica offense thus far. Trying to add to that to Garrett Chrisman here.
If Chrisman settles in and gets some adrenaline going, look out.
You could tell he erased the home run as soon as it was hit.
Yep. Takes special type of athletes to do that.
6 outs since. In fairly easy fashion. I think he'll take contact outs to strikeouts here today, given what his situation is.
Indeed.
2 up and 2 down here in the 5th. Frankie Luska trying to break that up. He's had a productive day quietly so far. He had a sac fly and an RBI to score the first run of the game for the Unicorns to put them up 1-0, and then had a single in the 3rd and was driven around by the home run by Coley Curry. It was a 3-1 shot to the pole field for Coley over the berm in right center, which reads USPBL here today. Luska sends it the same direction, and that plops just foul.
Just got around that ball a little bit with his hands.
Coley Curry, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here. 2, 3, 4 have had a great day. Only 1 out unproductively recorded in the last 3 innings. It's resulted in either an RBI, a run scored, or a single or a hit thus far. Geely completes a second 1-2-3 inning in a row for Garrett Chrisman. Line out, ground out, ground out. Cruz is off here in the 5th.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department. With advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms, we're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
Bobby Comidis. Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 6th inning as he comes in for Ty Hensley. Bobby Comidis has gotten more used to starting in a short sense. He's been an opener 3 times this year for the Unicorns, just pitching 1 inning, and then he turned it over the bullpen. We'll see what's in store here today. I mean, he could go either way and probably be just fine, whether it's 1 inning or 2 to 3, possibly even 4 if they needed him to.
Yeah, that's I certainly share Jim Essing's enthusiasm about going to him in a big spot here. He's been outstanding all year. Maybe doesn't get the same attention that some of his teammates do because he doesn't have that, mid-90s fastball, although he has touched 90 very briefly this year, but mixes up his pitches really well, 4-seam, 2-seam, slider, curve, and a splitter, and he throws them all effectively, throws them all in the zone, and has a pretty good idea of what he's trying to do out there as a pitcher.
Cesar Cuevas, Ashanti Wheatley, and Ron Williams Jr., your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up.
Cesar Cuevas putting together a nice day.
RBIs in both at-bats so far, single-double. Has progressively gotten better in these playoff games. First pitch off speed, in for strike 1.
Looks like the slider there.
Cometas carries a 1.65 ERA into play here today. 32 2/3 innings tossed, 10 walks to 31 Ks thus far. Throws 64% strikes. That's second best on the team to Nolan Clenny, who's at 65.5.
If the Unicorns were to get the lead, I'm sure we would see Clenny in the 9th, but Cometas is certainly capable of bridging all the way to that by throwing 3 quality innings. Of course, the Unicorns will need to score, too.
Here's the 2-2. Another slider as it pokes into center, and Coley Curry loses his hat in the process, but able to make the catch. His 5th catch already here in the first 2 innings.
That ball could have gone either way. It ended up hanging up there just long enough for Coley to get over there. It's the type of ball that's a hit more often than not.
Wheatley so far today, 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. Look at Cometas' last few appearances. He's started his last 4, an inning in relief before that. He went 3 1/3 his last outing, where he walked 2 and struck out 2 in 53 pitches. 89-mile-an-hour fastball outside. Seems to have a little bit more giddy up to it here today.
I think these guys are pumped up today.
I've seen that from a number of arms here in the playoffs, bringing it a little bit more with their respective pitches. Wow. That was a wipeout slider.
Yeah, you just got to try to recognize that out of the hand, because if you see that as being a breaking ball headed toward the outside corner, you know by the time it actually gets to you, it's not going to be on the outside corner anymore.
Gets 18% swings and misses on it.
Almost looked as if he leaned into that one.
Is that the curve or the slider?
That was tough to tell. He does throw both, and there's a little bit of difference velocity-wise between them, but not a ton of difference in the move from a movement action standpoint.
Eric marked it down as a splitter.
Okay, well there you go. That makes sense why we couldn't figure it out.
3-2, fouled off.
I think he kind of missed his spot with it, if that's the case. Usually he throws the splitter more down and away.
Everybody straight up with nobody on and 1 out here in the 6th inning. The top of the order waiting on deck, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Here's the 3-2. Popped it up, carrying to right field with the wind moving in that direction. Takis has been outstanding himself in right. Luska has not gotten busy quite yet in left.
Yeah, Luska had that one that he had to chase down into the corner, but not a lot of fly balls out that way yet.
So it's Ron Williams Jr. and Ashanti Wheatley, the only 2 that are over so far here this afternoon. Ron got on 3 times last night. Couple fielder's choices, a single, also had a sac fly and an RBI. Heavy slider here today is Bobby Cometas as he pours in strike 1. Trying to work a 1-2-3 6th inning in a tie game. Another good one. Spin rate of 25.66 on the rotations per minute.
See a lot of folks walking around with their bags of merchandise today.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to get get that last trip to the store in.
0-2 away. Now what do you buy? I mean, it is going to get
it's
a wake-up call tomorrow.
Right.
And it's going to stay that way, I think, and progressively go down, unfortunately. We thought that's what we were dealing with last week, but then it really perked up over this full week and ending on Sunday here. Did not go on the appeal to third base. 2-2 on Ron Williams.
One of the folks just opened up the poster that they got, and it's of the Unicorns last year getting the trophy with the stage set up and everything, and Andy Appleby and our friend Chelsea right on the front there, and can't help but wonder if that picture is going to be replicated here in about an hour.
Carry that ceremony live on the air here on the USPBL Network. Catch up with our MVP of the game as well. The 2-2, high and away, 3-2. Fly out, ground out, line out for Ron Williams so far today. Came in throwing the slider 40%. That's more than any other pitch. He's going to continue that uptick here today at this rate. Most of these sliders as well, 2,300 and above on the spin. Really good action.
Ooh.
A biting one in. He says, good day to Ron Williams Jr. First strikeout for Bobby Komitas. It's a 1-2-3 breeze of a 6th inning.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2020 Equinox LT for just $280 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for me to recognize the hometown hero brought to you by Belfour. Today I'm going to recognize Bridget Benchke, and she works at St. John's Hospital. Bridget was nominated by her husband, Jim, and he has some very kind words to say about her. He says he is very proud of his wife, that she's not only a great nurse who really cares, she's also a very nurturing, loving mother to their 2 children. She's involved in every aspect of their lives and also as a positive role model to all her nieces and nephews. God bless you and stay safe. Bridget, congratulations for being the hometown hero. Jeremy and Dan, back to you.
Garrett Chrisman out there for another inning. He faces the man that is literally the only blemish thus far. A 3-run home run, the first pitch that he threw in this game, and ever since he's retired every batter he's faced.
Yeah, that was a dramatic one.
That's 8 outs in a row for Garrett Chrisman. First pitch outside.
Pretty soon, and I think the Unicorns will start to get a little bit nervous if Chrisman really settles in here. He doesn't really look like he's tiring yet. I think we expect him to tire at some point, but he hasn't yet. Adrenaline is a magical thing.
89 away, 3-0 on Coley Curry. Think they're pitching around him? Does sense here?
I wouldn't think so. Not to lead off an inning. He tried to hit some spots and missed, but even Barry Bonds, I don't think you want to lead off walk ever. Not in a tie game.
Dom Bethencourt today 0 for 2. He made a critical play to end a rally for the Beavers. That was at the end of the 5th inning where they had led it off with a single and had first and second on, and at that time a tie game, which is still the result right now, 5-5. Starts him out with a slider there for strike 1. Infield at double play depth here. Outfield pretty straight up with this powerful right-handed bat at the plate. 4 doubles, a triple, and a home run this year has surmounted to a slugging percentage over 300. He's also collected a modest 3-game hitting streak coming in with 3 RBIs and a double in that stretch in the last 3 of the playoff push games. If you're just tuning in or new to the USPBL, we kind of rewound things in September, so the record's in a sense erased. The Unicorns were given 1 automatic win, which surmounted to 3 points. It was a 3-point win system with no points for a loss and 1 point for a tie. In the end, the Unicorns finished as the #1 seed because they owned all tiebreakers, tying with the Diamond Hoppers in the end.
They were a very deserved #1 seed, I felt, for what they did before the playoff push and also after. I think everybody felt as if the Diamond Hoppers were kind of the team that were going to challenge them and keep them from winning a championship potentially, but didn't work out that way. Beavers had other ideas.
Big strikeout for Garrett Crispin here after the leadoff walk, and some more power coming up, and Seth Strong and Nick Snyder to follow here. Seth Strong reached on an error to the pitcher Wayman back in the second, grounded out to the first baseman Williams, his second at bat as well. First pitch sawed off to left. TJ Riles able to collect that one for out number 2.
Ball sailed a little bit. I think Riles thought he had to come in a little harder to get that one than he actually did.
Now it's Nick Snyder. He hit into a 5-4-3 double play in the second to erase that error, which at a time in that game seemed like a really big play for this Beavers team. The Unicorns had already scored 1 run back in the first. And moving on the pitch now is Coley Curry as he advances to second base.
Good base running. Could be a very big base here.
So the Unicorns have another man in scoring position. The 1-0 to Snyder. Fastball high at 90 miles an hour here. We're already approaching a 2-hour game as the Unicorns bat here in the 6th inning. Again, it will be a 9-inning contest. There is no action in either bullpen currently. This is Crispin's inning. 2-1 on Nick Snyder. He's 37 pitches deep in this outing here today through 76 on Friday through 6 innings of work. Allowed 8 hits, struck out 5 and walked 0. Two and 2 on Snyder now. Trying to strand the leadoff walk. He missed on 4 straight pitches to Coley Curry. He's been on every time he's come to the plate thus far. Good job to lay off that biting slider.
Because of Snyder's power, the outfield has to play a little bit deep here, so a base hit's very likely to score Curry with 2 outs.
Popped it up foul. I've already seen 3 combined home runs in this game, 2 in the 3rd inning for the Utica Unicorns. Aaron Takis and Coley Curry hammering those home. Part of 3 extra base hits for the Unicorns so far today. Takis had the other as a leadoff double. He came around to score in the first. Just missed his spot in the outside corner, his 2nd walk of the inning.
He's a little bit careful there with Snyder, which makes some sense with his power. Blaze, not as much of a power guy here. He's probably going to come after him a little bit more so. have the open base with a power hitter. You can always try to hit your spots, and if you miss and you happen to walk them, it's really no harm.
22 walks to 97 Ks now for Garrett Chrisman this year. Swing and miss percentage of around 16. It's really good. Look all up and down his numbers. An ERA just over 2. Came into the outing on Friday with an ERA of 2.03, so that's since risen a little bit after his 3 earned runs given up, but been right on top of it and has pitched in some tough games against some tough pitching matchups as well. Riles, easy play to end the 6th inning here. Nothing becomes of the 2 walks, especially the leadoff variety for Coley Curry, as Garrett Chrisman strands both. Still 5-5 as we head to the 7th.
Those Motor City wheels are messing around, waiting to get the call to go downtown. La 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 la. Taking some time and having some fun, waiting to get the call that it's time to run.
Holy Hot Rods, it's race time. Chevy Detroit wheels, start your engines.
So here we go, the last race of the year, Dan, and we have another errant car.
We've got another one going askew. Is it no PD today?
No PD. That's the first time we've seen that, I think, all year.
Jeez. Well, I was picking. I'm going to go with. Oh boy, I don't know. I was so set on going with PD Pickup because this was the last game and he's been my favorite all year. I'm thrown right now, and I don't know what to think about. I guess Camaro. I feel like he's got a better stride. Yep, he's going to finish
Trading
strong.
some paint there and knocking off Chevy Chevelle as that went all the way to the finish down the first base line. Your last Metro Detroit Chevy dealers race as Bobby Comitas comes on for his 2nd inning of work. He worked a 1-2-3 breeze of an inning in the 6th.
Yeah, he looked pretty good. That's been his usual repertoire, and looks pretty fired up today. Looks pretty focused.
Line out, fly out, and strikeout back in the 6th inning for Bobby Comitas. He'll face Freddie Geely, Joey Weimer, and Cam Comer. 2-3-4 brought to you by Zach Hart Agency here in the 7th. Jeremy Adel alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here today. We thank you so much for tuning in all season long here on the USPBL Network. You are certainly a big reason why we've been able to finish this thing out, along with all the great partners and people who have pieced together this broadcast. PJ Gradowski, your director again here today. Jeremiah Hergott running graphics. Christian Gibbons, your audio engineer. Five ball game in crunch time here in the 7th as TJ Riles looks at a strike. Freddie Geely had a leadoff single back in the 5th inning and came around to score. And that has been the difference so far in this game.
Do you have a favorite memory of the season, Jeremy?
The Haffey Home Run Derby was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, just the resurgence of some of these arms has been awesome to follow as well. Seeing what the 2 closers have done. I mean, they've become so firm at the back end of games for their respective clubs. And Dugan Darnell and Nolan Clunny. And you talk to Justin Orenduff, and they say those are 2 of the top guys who have improved the most so far this year. Strike 2 on Freddie Geely there. He lined out in his first at-bat in the 3rd and struck out in the 1st as well. Just been a big cog to this team defensively at second base. He's been in there every game that he's been able to. Has had a couple injuries. Got hit in the hand that one time.
Yep. Certainly the Ty Hensley no-hitter stands out as a big night. Just anytime you're able to call a no-hitter for guys like us is a special moment, certainly.
And that was the day he didn't have his best stuff.
Right.
And that's something that I talked to Shane McCandy about with Garrett Chrisman before the game on Friday. He said, I've just been more impressed with him now than ever so far this season, just because he's learned and he's made the best out of nights when he hasn't had his best stuff.
Sure.
And you, as much as anybody knows as a catcher, that guys all the time, even your premium arms, the Justin Verlanders, the Max Scherzers of the world, their best stuff is going to come few and far between.
Sure. Well, you look at where someone like Ty Hensley or Garrett Chrisman or several of the guys in this league want to be someday. They want to find their way to the major leagues. And in a normal season, you're talking about a 162-game season, and you're not going to have your best stuff every fifth day. Or if you're a reliever, you're certainly not going to have it every other day.
Another good slider and a hearty swing and a miss by Joey Wiemer.
Wiemer has a hard time with that type of pitch, traditionally. I'd throw it again if I were Bobby. Oh, jeez. He did not want that in any way.
Just below the neckline there.
And Wiemer sure to give a thumbs up to everybody around. He doesn't want to come out. He doesn't want anyone to get scared there. Nowadays, if you actually get one in the head, it's almost required to come out.
It's only the second hit batter of the year for Bobby Komitas.
I think it was kind of a purpose pitch, trying to go inside there with the fastball and just, maybe get him off the plate a little, but he just lost control of it.
I mean, we've found ways to nitpick guys throughout this year because you almost have to when these numbers are so perfect with Clunny and Goodson and Hensley and all these guys, including Komitas as well. His control has wavered a little bit as the year has gone on. He has 6 walks in his last 4 appearances, if you want to add that hit by pitch, but his walk to strikeout ratio has been very good all year long.
I think as his role changed a little bit, he started to require a few more adjustments. He began to start more games. It used to be he was always coming into games in relief, a lot of times with inherited runners, and he had maybe a more simplified approach in those outings. Changed things a little bit, I think, when he was starting.
Which is not uncommon.
No. Looks like Don Goodson getting loose now.
Not surprising. This is right around where you'd expect him to be in the 7th or 8th inning. Nolan Clunny is a guy who has been stretched out. If this game does go into extras, you could see him pitch a few. Nick Snyder just dropping that ball, but right in on the body of Joey Wiemer.
I think if Komitas gets through this one without allowing a run, then you maybe sit down Goodson and bring him back out if there's extra innings. I think you probably go to Clunny for the 8th and 9th, or I should say the 8th or the 9th. You may not need him to start the 8th, but you start to get him ready for the 8th.
Another slider for Bobby Komitas. I feel like it's been over 50% sliders so far here today. For him and his inning and a third worth of work. Oh, leaning again, and boy, that one even closer.
You could tell by Bobby's body language he really thought he had him there. Wiemer hasn't been what you'd call a big stolen base guy, but he certainly has good wheels.
Got a second look at the YouTube monitor just now on that pickoff. I think he might have been safe. Nonetheless, it's a 2-2 count on Cam Comer with a runner on first and 1 out here in the 7th inning. 5-5 game. Beavers have another base runner. They've had at least one in every inning but the first. Bluffing over at first is Joey. It's a 3-2 count now. Still got the BP jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
Usually not a great sign in terms of a guy being ready to go.
He's got quite an audience down there.
He does. They're all intently watching the game.
Whole Unicorns pitching staff, with the exception of Ty Hensley and Bobby Comitas, I think, are all down there.
Dawson, Sereno, Shanahan, Ellis, all names that have done a pretty good job down the stretch. Ouch.
Yep.
At least as if he doesn't need that anymore as a catcher. Bangs one out the leg. Comer with a walk back in the 3rd inning and a single to pair it with a line out thus far. And the home plate umpire going to draw him some extra time. Gotten on base a lot in the playoff stretch. You wouldn't expect any less. He came in pretty hot. Just high. For whatever reason, Cam Comer at bat specifically, these pitchers haven't been extremely happy with the strike zone. How much do you take that knowledge and translate it as a catcher? Obviously, you know what the strike zone is for the most part that night as you're catching every pitch for your pitcher on the other end. Is that extremely translatable?
I can't say I consciously did it. I think if there's anything there, I think the umpire-catcher relationship may come to your advantage occasionally. I think there's just a human tendency there. They may side with you on the borderline pitch.
Popped up short left center field. Not going to get in the hands of anybody as they try to pick back at second base. But Cam Comer able to get there safely. Not in the pond full of ducks here in the 7th with just 1 out.
Tried to freeze the base runner by getting his hands up there as if he was going to catch the ball, but a pretty good read by Weimer especially. He was pretty close to that ball and could see that it was going to fall. That combined with his good speed, he was able to get to third and didn't really have a chance at the man at second either.
TJ Riles, 3 for 3, all singles, 2 runs scored and an RBI. He is not the man you want it to play right now.
Nope, not at all.
He's going to make a case for MVP of this postseason if he keeps doing what he does. And this is an area where he could potentially do some damage. Bases loaded, 1 out, hit by pitch, walk, and a single. Every variety against Bobby Comitas here in the 7th. Strike 1. Uncorks the curveball in for a big-time strike here. Corner the infielder in, middle back for a double play here. Blaze the closest to the bag as you see behind Comer. Line drive over the head of Hodo. It's going to carry into right field. Weimer around to score. Here comes Comer. Big time knock again from TJ Riles here in the 7th.
That's a big base hit, and he's coming to play. He's proving to be a primetime player for the Beavers. Awfully hot these last 3 days. Great athlete. He's coming through here in the spotlight. Of course, his dad, a guy who played in the World Series, Ernest Riles.
That's 8 hits in not even 3 complete games, Dan, in the playoffs here.
He's putting in his bid for MVP.
Well, here comes one of the best changeups in the USPBL out of the bullpen, and Don Goodson.
Well, the thing I can't help but to think about is Garrett Chrisman going to try to finish this game out?
That's a great question. It would be quite the gutsy performance. We'll step aside as Don Goodson tunes up on the mound. It's all of a sudden another Beavers lead here on the USPBL Network.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Well, that's the benefit of having everybody well rested and having a deep bullpen like this Unicorns team has. You can bring a guy like Donald Goodson in with your team trailing 7-5 in a must-get-out-of situation with runners on first and third.
This guy with stuff that takes a backseat to nobody.
TJ Riles, the reason this game is untied again. 7-5. He's got 8 hits in the postseason here in the USPBL. His dad did not have a hit in his time in the World Series with the Giants. He was 0 for 8.
8 hits to 0 for 8, huh?
So there you go.
It is the World Series, though. I don't know if he's going to.
Right. This one in for strike one on Romero Harris. Sac fly and an RBI in the second. Beautiful diving play by Aaron Takis to steal a hit from him in the fourth and grounded out in the fifth inning. 0-1 pitch again lifted to Takis.
This one's shallow. There could be a play here.
Troyer's got good speed. He'll test it again, and no problem for Sam as he got a good break. And the Beavers now have a 3-run lead here in the seventh.
Takis again not really stepping into his throw there. I think that's something he's going to need to work on defensively a little bit. Just not really getting much on those high fly balls. Kind of caught that one behind his head again.
Cesar Cuevas today had a single back in the second and a double in the fourth as Goodson looks over to first base for a pick.
All the advantages that the Unicorns had coming into this game, and they're down 3 in the seventh inning. It's hard to figure, but that's baseball.
Line drive to left. Look at Cesar Cuevas get back into the hitting game as well in the playoffs. Don Goodson came into today with 5 straight appearances without a run out of the bullpen. He had 1 start where he walked 3 and didn't give up a run. That was 2 1/3 innings. Didn't have his best stuff there. He was expected to be a starter coming into the season, but received some arm soreness as the early part of the season developed, and they decided to just take him out of the bullpen, and he's been a pretty big piece to the back end for Jim Essien along the stretch run. This is already the 8th batter to the plate. That's a tough one to stop if you're Finney. Just a fluttering changeup that goes all the way to the backstop, and that advances both runners to scoring position. Riles, who's made the difference in this game, stands at third base now.
That's a big wild pitch there. Now a base hit can put him up 5, and that could really be a dagger here.
Weimer, Comer, and Troyer all scoring here in the 7th inning. Floating line drive that's going to be easily caught by Malik Blaze. The damage has been done. They scraped together 3 hits, a hit by pitch, and a walk. 3 runs scoring to untie this game. Now time for Take Me Out to the Ball game, brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Leo Ortal is back for the championship game. Here's him.
7th inning stretch and Take Me Out to the Ball game. Let's hear you sing. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Thank you, fans, for joining along in the 7th inning stretch.
There's Leo Ortal, one of 3 public address announcers that have been used this year. Dan York has seen a lot of time at the end of the year. Chris Snyder has as well. Good job by all involved on that end as well.
We even had to do a couple in the booth. A couple take me out to the ball games.
We did, yes. Don't go listen back.
We won't tell you what date they were. That'll be a little Easter egg if you ever find it.
9-1-2 to face guess who? Garrett Chrisman. Jordan Finney, Aaron Takis, John Hodo, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up. 44 pitches deep in this outing. Had a couple walks in the 6th inning. It was a 4-pitch leadoff walk to Coley Curry. Then he struck out Dominic Bethencourt and got Seth Strong to line out. Nick Snyder battled and got a 3-2 walk, and then received a line out off the bat of Malik Blaze in the end to get out of the inning unscathed.
Certainly a big storyline of this game going forward is going to be Garrett Chrisman and how far he can go here.
He has 1 earned run. It was off the home run by Coley Curry. The other 2 by Hodo and Luska charged to Gavin Wayman in this game. And that's one reason why he's been able to stick around a good amount of time so far. He's gotten a lot of contact outs thus far. Aaron Takis, a double in the first, came around to score, then drove himself in on the solo shot in the 3rd, lined out his last at-bat. Made a couple diving plays and right field so far here today. Big hole up the middle is the second baseman, Geely, shades to the right with this lefty at the plate. Outfield plays him pretty straight up, as you see there. Geely sliding. Bingo for out number 1. Or 2, I beg your pardon.
Yep. Nice looking play. Really athletic play too. Not only do you have to get down for that ball, but he was able to plant his right foot and get something on the ball when he threw it.
John Hodo singled and scored back in the 3rd. Looks at a pitch outside as Cameron Comer tried to bring that back in. So only 3 pitches here in the 7th inning. He's as ready to pitch as he always is. Gets the ball, gets the sign, and fires it home. Rhythm and tempo, a huge thing for a lot of these Beavers pitchers. A.J. Coleman and Garrett Chrisman, who we've seen sprinkled through this playoff run. That's all about what their game is. Talked to A.J. Coleman in the pregame show here on the USPBL network after his effort last night. 2-1 over the glove of Chrisman and sparking its way into center. That's just what John Hodo does.
Chrisman maintaining his velocity. He doesn't look to be a guy with a tired arm right now.
His season high in pitches is 118. So if you combine the outings, he's above that now. But the leash has gotten longer on a lot of these pitchers because that's just kind of what you do here in the postseason. We saw the 3-inning gutsy 50-pitch outing by Nolan Clenny, and he got the win through the rain, through extra innings, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
1-1 on Luska here. Shot to the gap in right center field. That's chasing Harris back. He won't get to it. All the way to the wall. Moving his way to third base is Hodo. He's around to score fairly easily here. Big time hit by Frankie Leska. He's got his second RBI of the game, and it's a 2-run ball game here in the 7th.
That ball was hammered pretty good into the right center field gap, and Weimer seemed to have a little bit of a misstep there, or maybe a little bit of a slip on the warning track. Just enough for Hodo to score easily.
Been a roller coaster ride with all these runs scored in these playoff games. It's incredible.
Yeah, it just never feels like it's over.
Coley Curry has reached base every time today. Single, homer, walk. It was a 4-pitch walk against Garrett Chrisman back in the 6th inning. He retired 7 straight after facing Coley as his first batter in the 3rd. He broke that obviously with the walk. A few more base runners since. Some action again in the Beavers pen. Is that Kyle Luger throwing?
Looks like it could be. It's tough to tell.
Two and 0 on Coley Curry. Runner on second base here. It's the run that would get them within 1. The tying run at the plate. The hot bat up. I think Jim Essien knew that Coley Curry was going the whole time and he just balked a little bit.
It's possible. A little bit of showmanship.
I'm not sure that was the case, though, because Coley was hurting. I mean, he missed 2 games down the stretch, 2 important games that the Unicorns had to win. It came down to the last game of the season in the league as these Unicorns faced the Mammoths. Unicorns able to get the win. They needed a win to get that #1 seed and ultimately tie in the standings with the Diamond Hoppers. And this,
think he's going to make the move here?
When he claps his hands like that, he usually means business, but we'll see here.
He's not really giving it away yet. I think Chrisman's going to lobby to stay in, that's for sure. Yeah, just checking in, making sure he's all right.
First and second with 1 out, a run already in. John Hodo has scored to make it an 8-6 game here in the home half of the 7th inning. So the top seed has gotten home field advantage all the way, and that's why the Unicorns, who face the 3-seeded Beavers here today, are in that situation. Swing and a miss by Dom Bethencourt. He's 0 for 3 today. Strikeout in his last at-bat.
I think if you're Von Joshua, there's a natural tendency to want to try to either win it or lose it with Chrisman here. You know, you want to stick with your guys in a championship game like this, the guys that have been with you all year. And that's nothing against Kyle Luger, of course, but he was a, taxi squad guy who hasn't been with the Beavers a whole lot. Could certainly do the job, but in a championship game like this, I think he just wants to try to stick with his ace here as long as he can.
This is probably going to take home the longest game of the playoff series thus far. We've had some long at-bats, some long rallies. Haven't been a lot of clean innings for any of these pitchers. Garrett Chrisman has the only 2 1-2-3 frames for the Beavers on the pitching side. It's Ty Hensley and Bobby Komitas who hold one in the 1st and 6th innings, respectively. Komitas just faced an 8-batter 7th, however. That's quite the stop by Cam Comer. And we've seen him do that throughout this playoff stretch. He's not picking it cleanly, but he's just doing enough. And that really is all that matters as long as the runner doesn't go.
Yeah, some of those types of balls have been really, really far off the plate. And he's managed to knock them down one way or the other.
Weimer shades him to the right of the second base bag in center field. Riles more so towards the pole side. Here's the 1-2. Away. 2-2, swing and a miss on the slider. He strands runners on first and second. A run does score, but nonetheless a gutsy performance here today by Garrett Crispin, pitching on just 1 day's rest.
Be a part of the game. Be a part of the family. Be a part of the magic. Join the USPBL season ticket holder program and be a part of all of the best moments at Jimmy John's Field. Why? Because 2021 is gonna be fun. Purchase a 2021 season ticket holder plan or renew your existing plan today.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for me to recognize the kid of the game, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Today I'm going to recognize Zoe Cabadas. She goes to school at Novi Woods Elementary. She is 7 years old, and her favorite activity is coloring. Look at that moose. I think it's a moose poking its head in her picture. Very, very cool, Zoe. Congratulations being kid of the game. Fans at home, this is a good one. I hope you're tuning in. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. Jeremy and Dan, back to you guys.
You ever had an encounter like Zoe there?
What was it? I don't think I caught it. I was reading my stat sheet.
A moose, maybe? I'm not exactly sure.
She encountered a moose?
Well,
really?
She was sitting in the car, and the moose was over her shoulder, kind of inside the head inside the car.
Oh, my goodness.
To the Smoky Mountains a couple months ago, and there were...
I don't think I've seen a moose in person.
No, I don't think so either. There were several bears right on the hiking trail that were pretty close to us.
I'm not the biggest nature guy in the world. I don't do much vacationing anymore, but if I were to, I'd be more apt to choose Las Vegas to Montana, for instance.
94-mile-an-hour fastball outside to Ron Williams Jr. Top of the order, due up here in the 8th for the Beavers, trying to add to their lead. Unicorns chiseled one run off it. Miscommunication there, and it's nearly costing them an out.
I couldn't tell which of those guys got the ball.
Me neither.
First. Looked like Hodo was going to get it. Certainly makes more sense for Blaze to get it, being that he's moving toward first base more so.
So no harm, no foul against Donald Goodson here in the 8th. He came on for Bobby Komitas in the 7th after Bobby struggled to get runners out. Oh, 1 inside. Geely had a single back in the 5th. He came around to score. Pop out in the 7th. That was the first down in a string of 4 guys after him that would get on and start that rally. 95-mile-an-hour fastball for Goodson. The fastball velocity has been up in his last few. 93, 93, 94 is his average in the last 3. Curry sees that one sail. Now backpedaling to the wall. Carrying out there, and he makes the catch.
He really drifted on that ball. He turned around twice. He backpedaled a little bit. That ball just kept carrying. I don't think he thought it was going to be anywhere near as deep as it ended up being.
Can't feel great for the back.
No.
Twisting and turning. So 2 up and 2 down here in the 8th for Goodson.
Well, it could go a long way toward the Unicorns getting back into this game if they can set the Beavers down 1-2-3 here.
Nolan Clenny tuning up. This one in for strike one on Weimer.
Do you think he comes in for the 9th no matter what?
That's a good question. He might. Why not give him an inning, even if your team is down?
Well, there's always that potential for extras depending on what's going on also. If they feel confident in Goodson and they haven't yet taken the lead or tied the game for that matter.
That fastball at 97. Lifted foul. He's rearing back. That's a season high. No, it's not. Close. That was 96.5 technically. His season high 97.7.
He looks to be trying to empty the tank, that's for sure.
So maybe he knows something that we don't.
Maybe he knows the 8th inning is his, but the 9th is not.
Here's the 1-2. Changeup floats high. Boy, to go from 97 to 82 has got to look like an eternity.
Oh, yes. Especially with all that motion coming at you. He's got a real aggressive motion.
96 high.
He's got a fast arm.
Cam Comer, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He's walked a couple times and singled back in the 3rd. Here's the 3-2. Power against power. Weimer says, darn. 3-2.
Climb the ladder on him a little bit. Another pretty good fastball.
.96-mile-an-hour fastball with curveball-like spin. The 3-2 checked his swing. He did it. It's in for strike 3. Donald Goodson have an inning.
It's nasty.
First strikeout of the 8th, but he carved up Joey Weimer at the end after a nice 3-2 battle here in the USPBL network.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Kyle Luger now seeing an inning or two as he comes in here in the 8th, and you got to think that they're going to want him to potentially throw the rest of the game, however long that may be.
Well, he's got that back end of the bullpen type mentality. I think he's got sort of that Keith Folk type setup in the stretch. He's got good stuff. He's got a fastball that can get into the 90s, certainly. Sharp curveball and a changeup. Had a tender arm situation earlier in the year, and that's really what kept him from getting more innings. Last time we saw him out, had a little bit of trouble with his two-seam fastball, keeping it in the zone.
That was back on September 5th against this team he's pitching for currently, the Beavers. 2 2/3, 1 hit, 1 run, 5 walks to 2 Ks.
Certainly a big spot for a guy who hasn't pitched in a while. Certainly have to tip the hat to Garrett Chrisman for doing a job for his club in this game.
Seth Strong, Nick Snyder, Malik Blaze. Your Zach Hart Agency men on deck here in the 8th. Seth Strong, the designated hitter here today. Wow. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, hit it right back to Luger for a base hit.
He got what he was looking for there, and he let it fly. Well, Strong being in the DH spot, you wonder if they might think about pinch running here at some point.
Hovey and Horner available off the bench. Hovey probably the better runner of the two.
They may not, just being that he's not the tying run.
One swing of the bat can tie it up. This is a candidate for that.
Oh, didn't miss that by much.
.89-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's right on it. Well, there is nobody that hasn't pitched in the last 3 days that is available and left for the Beavers. So it'd be interesting to see what move they made if they had to dig back in. We talked about the possibility of maybe Austin Shoemaker throwing an inning if they had to. That's not something they necessarily want to do, probably.
No, I wouldn't think so. More of an emergency kind of a thing.
Good secondary lead for Strong over at first as Snyder takes strike 2. Curveball with good spin.
Yeah, he's got good action on that pitch. Another good one there.
78 miles an hour and a good check swing by Snyder to lay off. Gotten a lot of called strikes on his changeup as well. Just hasn't thrown it hardly at all, just 2%. 2 starts, 2 relief appearances, so that probably factors in.
It's a tough play here. Yep.
Can't make it.
And that could be the break that the Unicorns need right now. You know, looking ahead here to, you know, deeper in the Unicorns order, you've got Malik Blaze and then Jordan Finney. Yeah, it's going to talk about pinch hitters, and we're going to see one here.
The 9th hit on the board for the Unicorns starts with first and second and no outs. Jordan Hovey looking to come up with a huge hit.
The other thought besides pinch hitting here was maybe sacrifice bunting would be the other opportunity possibly. They also have Colton Horner on the bench who could hit for Finney, who's up next. Probably a little bit of a better hitter than Finney. Oh, didn't take a pinch hitter to get hit on the foot, but
just needed somebody to stand in there, I guess.
I guess being a left-hander helped get that done.
Bases are loaded for Jordan Finney now.
Nope, they are going to go with Horner here. It's a smart move, I think, for Jim Messian in both situations.
Monty Godfrey warming up again here for the Beavers. He's pitched in both games. He's come in as the closer.
Yeah, they're looking for guys to suck it up for the Beavers, and I think Von Joshua is largely making a waste time move here. He's going to talk to his defense. I think the reality of the situation is he's trying to give Monty Godfrey time to warm up.
An inning yesterday, walked 2, struck out 1. Got out of it without any runs scored through 25 pitches. 2 days ago, through an inning versus the Mammoths, gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run. No walks and 1 strikeout. Could see him here in the 8th inning. Still 6 outs left to get. That's an eternity for a pitching staff that's backed up against the wall.
Keep in mind that runner on first base is the one that could put them in the lead, put them 3 outs away from winning this thing.
Nolan Clenny has stopped warming. That could mean just that he's ready, though. We'll see.
Hovey can get a good lead here with R.J. Williams playing in shallow.
First pitch outside. Finney was previously 0 for 3. As you get a look at who's on base here. Strong on third, Snyder on second, Malik Blaze on first.
I don't really understand why RJ's playing in front of the runner here. The man on second base is the important runner, not the man on third. Not sure why he's worried about getting the guy at home.
Top of the order due up, Aaron Takis. A guy that you don't really want to see. There's not many in the top 4 today that you want to see.
No.
They've all gotten at least one hit, and they've all gotten multiple.
Beavers are playing back in the middle, of course, to try to get the double play. Not sure what they're doing on the corners, though. I'm surprised by how tight they're playing.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, looping swing and a miss on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Pinch hitting's tough. It's a tough spot.
Colton Horner and Jordan Hovey coming fresh off the bench. They've used everybody. Here's the 1-2.
Ooh. Another good pick there by Comer.
Two-seam fastball outside. Max velocity, that fastball has seen this year, 91. We've seen it several times here in the 8th. Payoff pitch is outside off the glove, and here comes Seth Strong to score. Everybody moves up a base, and it's a one-run ball game here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
You know, besides just getting the run in, that accomplishes a couple more big things for the Unicorns. Now they've got the go-ahead run at second base, they've got the tying run on third, and it also takes the double play out of order, which is very big. Beavers probably have to play in the infield now also, which makes it all the easier for Horner to get a ball through. It's a very big wild pitch.
So the Unicorns could flip the script here, take a lead, and then potentially hand Nolan Clunny another save chance. Malik Blaze can, or the spot of Malik Blaze, Jordan Hovey can make that happen if he scores from second. 90-mile-an-hour fastball crowded him inside as he popped it foul.
Part of the problem with bringing your infield in here, you hate to do it because that man at second base can get a really big lead now. You can't do anything to hold him on, so a base hit through is very likely going to give the Unicorns the lead here. He needs a strikeout here pretty bad.
Righty on righty to 3-2 again.
Oh, got a little piece?
Yeah, really tough to tell what he got a piece of from our angle here.
Looks like Comer was close to hanging on to that ball. Try to get another look at it.
Seth Strong began the inning with a single. He scored. The single by Snyder has him on third, and good job by Hovey to get on. Just being hit on the foot here. Horner in a 3-2 battle off the bench. The pitch floated into right field. Harris cutting it off. They're going to tag. Snyder coming home. Cut off by R.J. Williams. Too late. It's a tie goal game here in the 8th inning.
Snyder's not one of the better runners in the world, but that ball was just deep enough to get the job done. The Unicorns have tied this game, and that is huge. That is huge. We'll see if the Beavers decide to go to Godfrey here. Looks like he may have had enough time to warm up now. Now Aaron Takis at the plate. Another opportunity to do something big.
And they're going to intentionally walk Aaron here.
That makes sense. Good move by Von Joshua, I think. Takis disappointed, but that's understandable. If you're John Hodo here, you just have to take this as a challenge. They wanted to face me. They're looking for me to hit into a double play ball, and I'm going to do what I can to avoid that.
Eight Bottom of the 8th inning, top of the order up here. John Hodo, the number 2 hitter, with runners on first and second and 2 runs already in with 1 out. Fires a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in for strike 1.
And all of Chicago holding their breath as Hodo is at the plate. The Hodo fan club.
As they like to call him, the Magic Man.
Yep.
On our comments section. Can he come up with some magic here in the 8th to drive the untying run in? That'll help.
Yes, it will. These balls are not balls that Comer has a very good chance of stopping. These last couple of wild pitches, you know, they're balls that are thrown about 58 feet. He's doing whatever he can to try to keep it in front, but it's not easy. Luger just hasn't pitched competitive baseball in a while. It's a really tough spot for him to have to come into. Likely going to have to bring the infield in here again.
1-1 on John Hodo. He's reached a couple times on back-to-back singles in the 3rd and the 7th inning.
Base hit through will score 2. There it is.
Down the right field line. Here comes the first. The second is around. Hodo heading to second base. He does it again.
And it's a funny game, baseball. You know, little things happen like a wild pitch, and it changes the whole complexion. That wild pitch required the Beavers to play in the infield, and as a result of that, the ball gets by Ron Williams Jr. Also, the man at second base is able to get a great jump because they can't hold him on, and that's really what causes both of those runs to score. It's a game of inches and strategy, and so many different things go into that play.
Frankie Luska had a double back in the 7th inning. It plated a big run there, trimmed the lead to a 2-run advantage at that point for the Beavers, and another intentional walk will send Luska to first base. Second of the inning, and that is likely it for Kyle Luger here. So Von Joshua gonna bring in Amani Godfrey, an arm that's gonna be used for the 3rd consecutive day.
Well, he's hoping that his adrenaline can get him through here. He's likely tired, but they need him to get out of a tough spot here. Can't help but feel for Kyle Luger. You know, it's a tough spot for him to be in.
10-8 lead. See if they can extend it when we get back.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Although I live in the city, I still like to enjoy my favorite outdoor activities. And with my Chevy Trax, I can do both. The compact size is really fun to drive. Plus, the available 4G LTE Wi-Fi and versatile cargo space make it not only fun, but functional for all my big city adventures. And that's why my Trax is the perfect SUV for everywhere I like to roll.
Lease a 2020 Trax LT for just $211 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
And you get a look at Amani Godfrey here. He's served as the closer for the Beavers throughout these playoffs, now making his 3rd appearance, and he's got a tough assignment here facing Coley Curry with 2 men on and only 1 out. He's really got to do what he can to hold it right here for the Beavers to have a shot in the top of the 9th. Slicing away from him. Hodo's going to come around and score. And that's a big insurance run for the Unicorns.
It sure is. Boy, what an inning it's been. All started with the single by Seth Strong. When you chip away in a game like this, you can do a lot of things.
Nolan Clenny is getting pumped up down there in the bullpen. Closed out last year's championship game, I believe, did he not?
He did. 2-inning effort, actually. It's not looking like he's going to have to do that. Dom Bethencourt has come up in some big spots here today. He's not been able to record a hit. Couple Ks in his last 2 at-bats. This is his 3rd at-bats in as many innings, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Oh, and 2 outside, 1-2.
It's a little off topic, but getting Coley Curry back sure turned out to be huge today, didn't it?
My goodness. Single, home run, single, walk, walk. 5 RBIs. Strong, Snyder, Blaze, Takis, and Hodo have all scored in what's surmounted to a 5-run 8th inning. Swing and a miss for the 2nd out. And they will bat around here in the 8th as Strong gets his 2nd AB. Seth Strong singled to start this thing. Seems like so long ago.
It does, and now he's going to be intentionally walk. 3rd intentional walk of the inning, isn't it?
It is, yes. This inning has lasted 17 minutes.
What is the debate about here?
Looks like that's not what they want to do.
Mixed message.
Maybe it is, maybe not.
Yeah, it seems to be some confusion between the umpire and Von Joshua about whether they were walking him or not.
Instead,
guess it was misunderstood.
He will come up for the 2nd time today and swing the bat here. 1st and 3rd with 2 outs. 11-8 lead for the Unicorns here. Most runs we've seen so far here in the championship series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday here. 80-mile-an-hour fastball low. We've seen a lot of close calls down the first baseline. Not to say that that one was potentially fair or anything, but just how much they've hugged the line. Probably like 5 or 6. Nick Snyder, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He took Luger to a 2-2 count in the 8th.
Oh.
Ouch, off the foot.
Yeah, you felt that one. Hitters that are a little more rotational types are more likely to do that on occasion. A lot of them will wear that pad on their front foot, but it doesn't look like he's wearing one.
A.J. Coleman has now picked up a glove. Maybe not for anything there. He sat back down, but I can't imagine he'd come back in, wouldn't he?
No, I think it's, you know, unless there's extra innings, I don't know that they're going to need anybody else here. It's either going to be, it's going to be over one way or the other. Unless the Beavers, of course, come back to tie it.
1-2 high. 2-2. Seth Strong, the 10th batter to the plate here in the 8th. everyone has scored with the exception of Luska, Curry, and Finney. And Luska is standing at third currently with 2 outs. Here's the 2-2 in.
Looks like they're trying to crowd strong quite a bit.
Most of these teams not having any opportunity to bring a guy in 3 straight days, let alone 3 straight games. The 3-2 with the runner moving to second base, hopped over, and Freddie Geely is able to make the play to end a monster inning here for the Utica Unicorns. They are 3 outs away, and a great closer coming into the game to try to pinpoint their 2nd consecutive championship.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
With soft tees, plush toys, team-grade snapbacks, and cozy crew necks, we've got everything. Shop all the USPBL gear to rock your favorite team colors year-round. Go to uspbl.com/shop to see our full collection. Ask about local pickup too.
Nolan Clenny gonna throw the 9th inning here and try to add another save.
Well, if you had to bet on the way this game was going to end, I think this would be it. Nolan Clenny on the mound in the 9th.
Ty Hensley starting, his catch partner trying to close it out.
First hitter so important in a situation like this. You want to get that first out.
Clenny with a 1.44 ERA, 8 walks to 44 strikeouts. He's got 9 saves, had 8 of them last year. The saves leader for the 2nd consecutive season. And without a doubt, there's a lot of people that have said it. His managers on the other end, Jim Essien, Ty Hensley, they think this guy would be pitching at a high level somewhere in affiliate ball if that was happening. At this point, it wouldn't be, just based off where we are in the year, but that's just the kind of career he's had here at the USPBL.
Yeah, we'll see him pitching somewhere next year for sure.
It's the changeup there at 84. 46% slider, 40% four-seam, and 13% changeup for Nolan Clenny. Has given up a few more runs lately than we were accustomed to him seeing. That was just a 2-run appearance, but you give him a free pass because it was his 3 1/3 appearance 2 outings ago. Broke a 4-game scoreless streak. Also struck out 4 in that game. By far the most pitches he has thrown this year. Not the most in his USPBL career. He had 3 starts last year until they figured out he was going to be a closer. Fly ball to right center field. That's Jason Curry back towards the flagpole, and gone! Did that bounce off the top of the wall? Looks like it did.
I'm not sure if that was the top of the wall or if there was an object behind the wall there. I couldn't quite tell.
I mean, there's a cement surrounding that goes all the way around the field, sidewalk.
Beavers are not going to go quietly, apparently.
Boy, Cameron Comer, have a season.
Yep. Where will we see him next year? That's the question.
So again, it's a 2-run ball game.
Every run is so important.
0-1 on Troyer. 2 singles, 2 runs scored so far for him. That's in for strike 2. Boy, you get down 2 strikes to Nolan Clenny, more often than not, you're going to come out of it with a strikeout or some kind of contact out. But a great job by Cam Comer to lift one over the right center field wall. Down 2 strikes again here, and a good diving action by Troyer to stay alive. Waiting on the 1-2. Low. There's no action in the Unicorns pen. That's not a surprise. Jared Price is warming for the Beavers. That would be his 3rd straight day.
That's nasty right there.
For out number 1, the slider. Jared Price threw 29 yesterday and 41 on Friday.
Well, here's a guy who's been outstanding. If the Beavers can come back and win this one, a certain postseason MVP candidate type.
Well, there's something to be said about speed getting on, unless he just hits another one out.
Right.
Like he did yesterday. This bottom 4 in the lineup have done well here today. Combined 7 hits. Ashanti Wheatley, the 9 hitter, is the only man that has not gotten on. Slider in for strike 1 on Riles.
And if you're wondering about anyone on the Beavers bench, Jalen Smith, Jonathan Brandt, Alec Allred, probably not a pinch hit type there. Maybe Jalen Smith, possibly. But I think the way that the Beavers have been swinging the bat with the current guys in the lineup, I don't think they're going to make a move.
Rouse looks a little miffed with the slider here from Nolan Clenny.
I'd stick with it if I were Nolan.
Here's the 1-2. Fastball away at 92, and Riles looked like he was taking all the way.
Yeah, I think he's just showing that off the plate to come back with the slider here.
Now the 2-2, it was. Popped it to short left center. Coley Curry has made quite a few plays today, and no exception to there. The second out recorded. 3 strikes away, 1 out away from another title for the Unicorns. Romero Harris, the last chance. He's made some big plays with the bat and with the glove down the stretch run for the Beavers. Can he extend their season?
He's definitely been a plus for them.
The changeup in for strike 1. Pair of sac flies and RBIs today. Broken bat into the glove of John Hodo, pumping his fist in midair. The hugs all the way around. The Unicorns are back-to-back champs.
Well, it's fun to see. They're having a good time out there, and they are certainly a deserving champion this year. They really ran with it almost from beginning to end. Certainly a club very deep in pitching, and a club that found ways to improve themselves all year from an offensive standpoint. Manager Jim Essien and his staff did a nice job, and certainly a very deserving champion that's going to put on those championship T-shirts and hoist the championship trophy, and they're deservingly proud of themselves.
Ty Hensley taking off the jacket there, shares a hug with Dominic Bethencourt. And Malik Blaze, he will get his second ring along with Nolan Clenny and Coley Curry. Donald Goodson All these guys that are returning this year for the Utica Unicorns.
JJ getting in on the celebration too. He said, sure, I'll play, guys. Oh, man.
He's wreaking havoc as they try to put that stage out there as well.
That's what it's all about in baseball. You earn that opportunity for the championship T-shirts and the champagne and the trophies and going up on that stage and getting what you deserve.
So that banner will stay there. They'll just put a fresh 2020 up.
Yep. Second time we've had a back-to-back champion here in the USPBL. The Beavers were back-to-back champions, 2017 and 18. Jim Messy in there in the middle. Waving to some family and friends, it looks like. Bobby Komitas.
Been a big part of this run, certainly.
Absolutely. Nolan Clenny. Jordan Finney.
It's a little more rocky than maybe Nolan Clenny would have liked, as he gave up the leadoff home run, but he did Nolan Clenny things by retiring the next three.
And that's why you have to have that killer instinct as an offense. You want to get as many runs as you can when you take a lead like that, especially in a postseason like this. I mean, just nobody giving up anywhere, just constant battling back and forth, and really great at-bats from all four of the teams in this postseason.
Well, the hugs, the handshakes, the high fives, they couldn't do any of that earlier just because of all the protocols put in.
They deserve it. They deserve those hugs now.
Big time win here today. They hold on against the Beavers, a hot team in this playoffs. Stick around, much more coming up in our Auto Lab post-game show here on the USPBL Network. Chelsea Estes will present the trophy to the back-to-back champion Unicorns when we get back, and also catch up with their Comcast Business Player of the Game. That and more coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorn. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. Ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now.
Season long, bringing you the broadcast in-house and on your TV. What an incredible weekend this has truly been. I think it's been some of the best USPBL baseball we've seen all year long, right? Give it up for everyone. This has been an incredible weekend, from the Mammoths to the Hoppers game to the Beavers, and now to our champions, the Utica Unicorns. I'm sitting next to the Director of Baseball Operations, Justin Ordenduff, and he has a very, very important gift to give to Skip.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of our players, staff, and fans that have made this possible today.
When everybody was entering the ballpark today, I told Andy there was something about today that just kind of felt normal. And I think today, the Mammoths, the Unicorns, the Hoppers, the Unicorns throughout this whole thing and the weekend, but the Beavers and the Unicorns today gave us something that was very exciting, and I think it was the best championship game we've ever seen. And a huge part of that, and someone that's been a big part of our organization for the last 2 years, and continue to show that today, a class act, and our
All right, next up we have the commissioner and owner of USPL, Andy Appleby, to say a few words.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Chelsea. What a wonderful year we had. Against all odds, but I first want to thank our staff, led by Dana Schmidt. On April 1st, she created a 224-page COVID protocol plan. And I have to say that not one person the entire summer felt unsafe about being here, and thanks to Dana and everyone else. Next, I want to thank our fans in general for supporting us all these 5 years, and in particular this year. I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said thank you for making this work for this year and creating some level of normalcy for all you fans out there. So thank you, and hopefully we'll get rid of this COVID thing and get back to normal and all of our sellouts next year. I also want to thank our host families. Many of you are on the field right now. You're our MVP of this whole league. In early April, we weren't sure if you would all want these players when COVID was really flaring up, but almost to a family, they said, yes, bring them here. And so we did. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I'll let the celebration begin. And thank you to the Unicorns for a wonderful year and for staying safe. There's always a lot of chemistry with these teams, as you could see today, but even more today with it being in a COVID bubble that they were all in, and they stayed safe, and we made it through this season. Thank you very much.
All right, MVP, would you like to say a few words?
Thank everybody for coming out today. To all my teammates, all year long we just grinded it out. It's been a tough circumstances, but we found a way to do it. So I love each and every one of y'all.
Give it up one more time for your MVP, Coley Curry, and for the 2020 USPBL champions, the Utica Unicorns.
Forget about it.
No, my cap.